Mayor Savage, we are now live. You can start the meeting on your phone.
All right. Good morning, everybody. It is October the 5th, and we are beginning our regional council meeting. We do have a public hearing tonight at 6 o'clock. I want to acknowledge that we are in Mi'kma'ki, which is the traditional and unceded land of the Mi'kmaq people. And when we say we are all treaty people, we're speaking about the peace and friendship treaties that were signed with the Crown, the Mi'kmaq, the Maliseet, and the Passamaquoddy people. And in light of having our first ever Truth and Reconciliation Day in Canada last Thursday, many of you were here for that. There was some wonderful ceremony on Thursday here and on the waterfront and other places. And also Treaty Day on October the 1st, which was Friday as well. So thanks to all who took part in those. I'm going to see who we have with us, make sure we have everybody that we need, beginning with Councillor Daigle Gammon in District 1.
Good morning and welcome from District 1, Waverly, Fall River, Musquodoboit Valley. So happy to be here, Mr. Mayor and fellow councillors and staff. Do we get to do a wee bit of an announcement here now, Mayor, or do we wait?
We'll come back to those. We'll come back to those on the agenda.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hensby, I see you wearing the colors and having the good sense to wait until the Jays were no longer part of it. Councillor Hensby, District 2.
Greetings to all you Blue Jay fans. As always, next year. Anyway, the Red Sox are in it for at least another day. Let's see how they do against the Yankees. But greetings from District 2. Looking forward to a very productive meeting today. And also, don't forget, Mr. Mayor, it's Alexander Keith's birthday today. So those who like it a lot.
Well, you know what? I think all former mayors of Halifax should have their birthday celebrated forever and ever. What else did he do besides be mayor? I can't remember. Councillor Kent, District 3.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm certainly happy to be here today for District 3, Dartmouth South Eastern Passage, and ready to do some work.
Thank you. District 4, Councillor Purdy.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Mr. Mayor. Here live from beautiful District 4, the sun shining. It's another great day.
Awesome. Councillor 5. Councillor Austin, District 5.
I'm here, Mr. Mayor, ready to go.
All right. Councillor Mancini in 6.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor. Good morning, colleagues and the millions watching at home.
Councillor Mason in 7.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor and Council. Ready to get to work.
Beautiful. District 8, Councillor Smith, good morning.
Good morning, colleagues and all watching. Ready to go.
All right. Nice to see Councillor Cleary here with us. District 9. Perhaps. Councillor Cleary. Councillor Morse.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor. Good morning, colleagues and staff. I'm looking forward to the presentation this morning.
Great. Good morning, Councillor Cuttle.
Good morning, everyone. Glad to be here this morning.
See you, Councillor Stoddard in District 12.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, colleagues, and those watching from home. Feeling blessed to be in District 12, Timberley, Lakeside, Beachville, Clayton Park West, and Wedgwood. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Lovelace.
Bonjour. Good morning, Mr. Mayor, colleagues, staff, everyone from home. I'm joining you from Hams Plain, St. Margaret's today.
Great. Councillor Blackburn.
Hey, good morning, everybody. Just a beautiful sunny day in downtown Beaverbank and ready for a great discussion and debate today. Thank you.
All right. Councillor Russell, how you doing?
Doing great from Lower Sackville. It's yes, it is a sunny day out there. I heard it was 1 degree this morning, which is a little bit chilly. So I'm looking forward to a good productive day. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor in Bedford. Good morning from Bedford Wentworth, and this could be our last meeting without us being in the same room together for a while, Mr. Mayor. So hopefully the 19th we'll all be in the same room. I know that's something you've been looking forward to. Indeed, yes, that's indeed the plan. Jacques Dubé, you're with us this morning?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'm here. Good morning, everyone.
And I see Councillor Cleary is with us. Good morning, Councillor Cleary.
Good morning, Mayor, colleagues. Sorry I'm late. Of course, having not used my work computer for a couple weeks, when I went to reboot it, Windows decided to update everything. But now I'm here. Welcome from District 9, Halifax West, Armdale.
All right. Good to see everybody this morning. We will go to community announcements and acknowledgements, beginning with, I can't see who the first one is. Who's the first one signed in here? It doesn't show up on my...
Lisa on my screen.
Councillor
That was
Blackburn?
me, sir. Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to take a moment to pay a special tribute to a community member who passed suddenly in the last couple of weeks. Robert Devet was the owner, publisher, writer, and editor of the Nova Scotia Advocate, who suddenly passed on September the 27th. And he's been described as the tyrant's foe and the people's friend. And I first met Robert while campaigning in 2016 when he lived in the Middle Sackville area. So I just wanted to make mention of him because the community really has lost an important and passionate voice for equity in all forms. So sending sympathies to his son, Simon. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Russell.
Thank you very much. I would like to mention that this last weekend on Saturday was Cadet Day, and I want to thank the 305 Royal Canadian Sea Cadets in Sackville and the 3036 Army Cadets for doing the community cleanup that they did. Bravo Zulu to both of you. I'm also looking forward to Thanksgiving this coming Monday, and hope everybody has a chance to spend time with their family and friends and loved ones, and celebrate those things that we have, and remember those who aren't as fortunate as we are. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Kent.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to today to offer condolences to the family and those that were involved with the tragic accident yesterday on Cowbay Road regarding motor vehicle and a collision with a Halifax transit bus. We did lose the life of a local resident, and it's very sad and difficult for everyone involved in any situation like that. I would like to acknowledge and thank the residents in the area who so quickly responded to that particular scene. Local folks were able to be there to, comfort and support those that were involved, and including the loss of that one soul. So as well, the first responders that respond. So I'm sending strength to everyone for a recovery and condolences to the family. Thank you.
Indeed. Well said. Thank you very much. Councillor Daigle-Gammon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I also wanted to extend happy Thanksgiving, hoping that it is safe and happy for everyone, and in the spirit of getting back together again. The seniors group in Carol's Corner is coming back together the first and third Tuesday of each month, so they're really happy. And if you're looking for a good card game of Auction 45, show up at the Myers Grand Community Hall on Friday night for a nice game of cards. And there are 3 spots left for the FRABA Fall River and Area Business Association Golf Tournament on October 7th. So if you need to get that last golf game in of the season, show up there. Thanks.
Thank you for that. Councillor Hensby.
Thank you much, Mr. Mayor. I just want to say happy Thanksgiving, greetings and blessings to everyone. Hopefully take this time to be with family and friends, but also be COVID aware. Social gatherings still could be hazardous. I also want to take this opportunity to wish my wife a very happy anniversary in 15 years in 2 days' time. So happy anniversary, dear.
That's very nice. Happy anniversary to you as well, Councillor Hensby. I assume you're the other half of that. That's awesome. Councillor Lovelace.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and happy anniversary, Councillor Hensby. I just wanted to give thanks and, just wish everyone a wonderful Thanksgiving this weekend, and stay safe and have a good time. And just a suggestion to please buy local. So the Tantallon Village Farmers Market will be open today from 2 until 6. There's still a couple of weeks left to support our local farmers and vendors. And on Saturday, the Hubbard's Farm Market will again be open. And I invite everyone to get down very early and purchase toques in support of the Hubbard Streetscape project. I know it's a little early to think about winter, but it is coming up, and we need to think about keeping our heads warm. So get on down there to the Hubbard's Farm Market and buy some lovely toques in support of the Hubbard Streetscape project. The volunteers are doing a great job. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councillor Mancini.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to acknowledge that it's Fire Prevention Week. And also at the same time, it's almost been 3 years since we lost firefighter Kyle Curry, who lived not that far from me down the street. And so we're thinking of Kyle and his family. And also to Councillor Hensby and his lovely wife. We know who deserves the medal in that relationship, and it's not David. Cheers.
All right.
Said with love, right, Councillor Mancini? Said with love.
Absolutely. With love,
Okay.
with love.
Just to be clear.
Oh, I think anybody could do a lot worse than our Councillor Hensby. Wish them both the very best. I want to acknowledge that this Saturday, I'm sure Councillor Austin's aware of this, that they're going to be planting daffodils at the Daffodil Garden. The Edgars, the amazing Edgars, who've done such great work and raising money, are taking the Daffodil Garden for cancer survivors to a new level. Congratulations to them. And next week, Friday, colleagues, I encourage you to make note of the fact that the Africa Nova Scotia Road to Economic Prosperity Summit will be held. I see we're going to be hearing from Wendy shortly. But this is some amazing work that's been done. I think really transformative work, headed up by folks like Irvin Carvery and Dolly Williams and Carol Ann Wright, Io when he was here, and Tracy Jones Grant and her team. So we look forward to that. And I know Wendy does as well. All right. Thank you for those, colleagues. All right. We're going to move to the approval of the minutes. There is none. Approval of the order of business and the approval of additions and deletions. I'll go to the clerk first of all.
Mayor Savage, we have one request for an addition of an item that came in this morning. That would need to be done by a motion at this time, and will require a 2/3 vote. That is the only request we have received.
This is the motion for an in-camera item?
That is correct.
Okay. So do I need to take a vote on that, Ian? Do I see that people have agreed to add that? And it would be the only in-camera item at this point in time that we have, I think.
Yeah, because it came in, the request came in after noon yesterday, we do need to have a vote on it, and it does need to be a 2/3 vote to add an in-camera item.
Okay. Has everybody seen the notice of what we're talking about? Okay, then I'm going to ask for those in favor to add that to the agenda and to deal with it in camera. I'm going to ask, I think I can do that by a voice vote, Ian. All those, or hand vote, all those in favor of adding that item?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Are there any opposed? So that item will be added, Ian. And
Mayor Savage, to confirm, that was approved with I made the 2/3 majority required, and will be added as item 17.1 to the agenda today.
Okay, thank you. Any other changes to the order of business? Does somebody want to move the order of business as amended?
So move, Councillor Russell.
Moved by Councillor Russell, seconded by Councillor Cuttle. Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Those who are opposed? That is our agenda as amended. Moving to the consent agenda, colleagues. There are 4 items on the consent agenda: 15.1.2, 15.2.1, 15.4.1, and 15.4.2.
Be pleased to move the consent agenda.
Councillor Mason moves the consent agenda.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Mancini. Any discussion of it? We will then go to a vote on the approval of the consent agenda.
I so move.
Beginning with District 3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
In favor.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
I'm voting in favor.
7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith.
For.
9, Councillor Clary.
Yes.
10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
11, Councillor Cuttle.
In favor.
12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion.
13, Councillor Lovelace.
Yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
In favor.
16, Deputy Mayor Otit.
Voting yes.
Mayor Savage.
Yes.
1, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
And 2, Councillor Hensby.
I need to declare a possible conflict of interest in matters to 15.1.2, so I'll decline to vote.
So Councillor Hensby, for the remaining items on the consent agenda, you are not declaring a conflict of interest for those items. We have added you as declaring a conflict for the item you specified, and you are able to vote on the remaining items.
And I'm allowed to vote on my own appointment to the Heritage Advisory Committee?
Councillor, I can't say if there's a conflict of interest on that, but I do not believe that there is.
Okay, all right. I'll just declare conflict on 15.1.2 and affirmative for the rest of the 3 items.
Thank you, Councillor. And Mayor Savage, that has completed the consent agenda vote.
Thank you very much. So I just want to read the items that have passed on consent for those at home. 15.1.2, which is the resourcing of the Halifax Civic Innovation Outpost, is deemed passed on consent. 15.2.1, which is councillor appointment to the Heritage Advisory Committee, which is no longer secret. That's good. 15.4.1 is a Heritage Advisory Committee to include 5492 Inglis in the Registry of Heritage Property. And 15.4.2 is likewise to add something to the heritage property, that is 1262 Bedford Highway, Bedford. Those 4 items are passed on consent. Thank you, colleagues. We will move to business arising out of the minutes. None. Declarations of conflict. We've heard from Councillor Hensby. Is there anybody else? Motions of reconsideration, there are none. Rescission, there is none. Deferred business, there is none. Tabled matters, none. As you know, there is a public hearing tonight on the issue of egg-laying fowl. What is the title? The keeping of egg-laying fowl accessory to a residential use at 6 o'clock tonight. Anybody wishing to speak to that must already have registered. Correspondence, as always, is always welcome. Petitions, colleagues? Presentation, none. Information items brought forward, none. All right, colleagues, 15.1 coming out of the CAO's office is development of the 2022-2027 Halifax Economic Growth Plan. And we have Wendy Luther, Ian Monroe, we have Jacques Dubé on this, as well as Jake Whalen. So there'll be a presentation on this, and then we will have discussion. So Jacques and Wendy, who do I go to first? Jacques, is it you?
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, members of council. happy to be here today with Wendy, Halifax Partnership. We're critical partners with us in terms of economic development. And of course, as a municipality, we play a crucial role in economic development. And HRM being one of Halifax's largest employers with a workforce of approximately 5,000 people and a municipal budget of about $1 billion. So while HRM manages business and industrial parks, and regulates business and land development and builds major infrastructure and provides support to business improvement districts, we're also critical partners in this work, and other major stakeholders in the city. We looked at a Halifax partnership to attract investment, to help businesses expand, to translate economic research into strategic action, and market and grow Halifax for everyone's benefit. So HRM and the Halifax Partnership work in lockstep to create, implement, and report on the municipality's economic strategy. And when the pandemic hit, the partnership pivoted to work on the economic response and recovery plan, which was unanimously approved by council in May of 2020. And this past February, Regional Council authorized me to develop a 2022-27 economic strategy with the Halifax Partnership, and Wendy and I have provided 7 updates to Council and CPED on our joint work since March 2020. And today, we are doing the same, and we'll spend that time outlining the state of Halifax's economy, progress on implementing the recovery plan and developing the new economic strategy for 22-27, and finally work out of the what we're doing at the Civic Innovation Outpost at Bolta to advance HRM's mandate and help grow startups in the municipality. So if we could go to slide 3. Thank you. So among Canada's largest cities, Halifax weathered 2020 better than any other with a GDP contraction of only 1.9%. A rebound of 5.7% growth is predicted for this year, with a return to a more normal range around 2.1% for 22 to 25 period. An updated forecast from the Conference Board of Canada will be coming out any day now. Slide 4, please. So for the year July 1st, 2019 through June 30th, 2020, Halifax enjoyed its second highest level of population growth ever, driven largely by immigration. Halifax figures for the year July 1st, 2020 through June 30th, 2021 will not be published until January, but last week, new Nova Scotia level data was provided. The province enjoyed its 3rd highest level of annual population growth across the past 50 years. And what is different in this past year is that international immigration is, unsurprisingly, down sharply, while in-migration from other provinces, particularly Ontario, has jumped. While international migration dropped significantly, we still attracted well over 6,000 people from other parts of the world. So I think now I'm handing it over to Wendy.
Thank you so much, Jacques. And this is Ian, who's going to walk us through some data on the next set of slides. Over to you, Ian.
Thank you very much. Now that you've seen the highlights on GDP and population growth, I'll turn to the labor market for a moment. Halifax led Canadian cities in employment growth in early 2021, but we did see our unemployment rate ramp up during the 3rd wave of COVID in the spring. It's come back down since a peak in May and sat at 7.4% in August, and we'll get September data this coming Friday. At the same time, we have to be mindful that the labor shortages are increasingly evident in some industries, such as restaurants. Here you can see a profile of employment changes since the beginning of the pandemic. In aggregate, we regained our COVID employment losses by the fall of 2020, so a year ago. Youth employment rebounded nicely through the summer and is almost back to pre-pandemic levels. Women faced the deepest employment losses at the outset of the pandemic, but had closed the gap by the fall of 2020. The gap reappeared with the arrival of the 3rd wave this spring, but again appears to be closing. Narrative Research's quarterly consumer confidence index fell sharply as COVID-19 arrived, but confidence has been returning over the past few quarters. We only have annual business confidence data for Halifax, but when we measured it this past March and April, before the 3rd wave, it actually had hit a record high since we began measurement approximately a decade ago. Rising house prices captured headlines in the spring, but there was some easing over the summer months. However, since this slide was created and submitted last Wednesday, the 29th, we received data for September on Friday. So not shown here is the average home price for September of just under $472,000, which is up 6.6% from August and 23.5% higher than September 2020's average price. So it would be close to the peak that you can see in that chart. I apologize that some legends and labels got cut off in this chart of office rent and vacancy data. These are quarterly data points from Q2 2019 through Q2 2021. So 2 years worth of data here. The line is the vacancy rate for downtown offices, and the columns are average gross rent. As you can see, there has not been a lot of movement in the vacancy rate, despite the fact that many offices actually were largely empty for much of the past 18 months. As one proxy for the tourism sector, this chart shows how airport passenger numbers have changed from early 2019 to now. In the spring of 2020, we were barely above zero, but numbers ramped up this summer as more and more suspended routes were resumed. Of course, the number for cruise ship passengers was a flat zero for both 2020 and 2021. And finally, let me just remind you of two sources of information on our website that you may find useful. The COVID-19 Economic Recovery Tracker, that's shown on the left, shows the recovery, the bite and the recovery from COVID for a number of economic variables. The Halifax Economic Dashboard, you see on the right, provides the latest high-frequency data points for the city, typically minutes after they're published from StatCan and other sources. These tools complement the annual economic overview we provide in the Halifax Index. So I'll stop there. Thank you very much for your time, and I'll throw it back to Wendy.
Thank you so much, Ian, and we'll move on to the next slide. And then on to the next. Our work over the past 18 months has been guided by the Halifax COVID-19 Economic Response and Recovery Plan, approved by Regional Council in May 2020. Its goal has been to help the urgent needs of businesses and residents during the acute health crisis, support businesses' reopening plans, build local business and consumer confidence, and ramp up our investment attraction efforts. And now over to you, Jacques, to walk us through the activities over the last several months.
Thank you very much, Wendy and Ian. So, Mr. Mayor and members of council, helping our businesses and residents get through this challenging time and thrive in our city remain our top priorities. At the outset of the pandemic, HRM responded to the urgent needs of businesses and residents in a number of ways, like providing immediate relief to both residential and business taxpayers, revising the 2021 municipal budget, waiving parking fees and sidewalk patio fees, moving planning and development applications online, and launching Parks and Recreation's Rec at Home program. We adapted public spaces and municipal transportation networks to safely move residents and goods, and we created COVID-compliant concert venues like Grand Parade and Ferry Terminal Park to reanimate downtown Halifax and Dartmouth. These and other measures are captured in the Economic Response and Recovery Plan information report that went to Community Planning and Economic Development Standing Committee last week. For its part, since April 2020, the Halifax Partnership launched the Business Continuity Toolkit, refreshed its Sell Halifax program to promote Halifax's talent, location, cost, and innovation advantages, moved its Connector networking program online, and continue to track. They also track Halifax's continued economic progress and drew insights on the future of our city by presenting the 2021 Halifax Index, Halifax's COVID-19 Economic Recovery Tracker, and the Economic Dashboard. They accelerated the Sell Halifax Investment Attraction Program and developed with HRM and the African Nova Scotian Community the Road to Economic Prosperity, or African Nova Scotian Community's Action Plan. So in working with Nova Scotia Business Inc. and other partners, Halifax Partnership attracted and helped attract 17 companies to establish or expanding their operations in Halifax over the last fiscal year, creating over 1,000 jobs. So there's no doubt that Halifax Partnership, notwithstanding the pandemic, performed exceptionally well and created exceptional results.
Thank you so much, Jacques. And on to the next slide. Looking ahead to economic growth and development in Halifax over the next 5 years, Halifax Partnership and the Halifax Regional Municipality are well underway with the development of the 2022-2027 Economic Growth Plan. This will be our fourth such plan developed and implemented in partnership with HRM. This plan and the 3 previous plans is founded on the values of alignment, engagement, and partnership. Next slide. The Community Planning and Economic Development Standing Committee and Regional Council play a critical role in the design and development of the growth plan, including approval of the strategy's approach and framework and final approval of the strategy itself. Thank you to Mayor and Council for your significant contributions to date and bringing the voices of your constituents and the unique contributions of your districts to the conversation. Next slide. When this process first started almost 2 years ago, our board, the Halifax Partnership and HRM staff, and the broader business community were being challenged with the question, if we're going to achieve Halifax's economic potential in the next 5 years, what is the most important thing to get right? It was clear that our city looked and felt very different than it had in 2015. We needed to deepen our understanding of new and emerging themes to identify priorities and actions. From last year's Halifax Partnership Annual General Meeting, called Reimagine Halifax, 4 themes emerged as priorities to guide the development of the new economic growth plan. These lenses are attainable housing, green economy, transportation and logistics, and inclusive growth. Inclusive growth is a foundational element of the plan, and we are exploring who has been left behind as Halifax has grown. Next slide. We are truly building this plan together. More than 250 participants have been involved in discussions at virtual and in-person CEO councils and mayors roundtables. Working groups have been struck that include community leaders, subject matter experts, and HRM and Halifax Partnership staff. One-on-one meetings with our stakeholders have been conducted and will continue through the validation period. Examples of early outcomes through our working groups include the Attainable Housing Working Group is developing actions to increase the pace with which new housing supply can be brought to the marketplace and identifying ways to advance the Nova Scotia Affordable Housing Commission recommendations. The Green Economy Working Group has identified key challenges, opportunities, competitive advantages, and proposed economic strategic actions aimed at developing Halifax's green economy and progressing Halifax's ambitious climate action plan. The Transportation Logistics Working Group is identifying the transformative projects that will improve the way people and goods move through the city and determine how to bring active transportation, ride sharing, micromobility, and other perspectives to the table. In addition to the working groups, engagement with other stakeholders focus on areas such as engaging with the business improvement districts, chambers, and others across HRM fully understand their perspectives. We will be connecting to stakeholders in our rural communities to hear firsthand their issues, challenges, and opportunities on business growth. Through the Halifax Higher Education Partnership, we are identifying the role of post-secondary institutions, particularly as it relates to labor force growth and the development of talent. We are leveraging innovation as a driver of growth through discussions with Volta and Novacor and other incubators and hubs. And we are aligning intergovernmental strategies and plans with leaders and departments in all 3 orders of government. Developing actions that promote and drive inclusive economic growth will include diverse views, voices, experiences, and leadership from African Nova Scotian, Indigenous, immigrant, to LGBTQ+, and other communities. A Mayor's Economic Roundtable on Inclusive Growth, co-hosted by United Way Halifax, was held at the end of June. It drew 100 people into a discussion on this fundamental aspect of the plan. Participants were invited to answer the question, if in 2027, Halifax is recognized as North America's most inclusive city, what is different from today? The same question is being asked through a standing public survey on the partnership's website and by partners across the city, and the answers are broad-ranging. Questions on how Halifax can be a more inclusive community are included in the municipality's resident survey, and those results will also feed into the plan's development. In-community engagements on inclusive economic growth will help us develop a common understanding and actions that will shape Halifax in the next 5 years and beyond. And on to the next slide. Building on the success and momentum of the current economic growth plan, the strategic framework for the new plan continues to focus on making it easier to do business in Halifax, attracting, retaining, and developing talent, and improving and showcasing our quality of life, all while making Halifax North America's most innovative mid-sized city by leveraging the strength of our innovation incubators, hubs, post-secondaries, and startup entrepreneurs. Areas of focus will include taking advantage of what we've learned through the Halifax Innovation Outpost, staying true to strong fundamentals focused on HRM's tax and regulatory regimes, infrastructure, and service across the municipality, leveraging assets and ensuring alignment of the partnership's programs, resources, and experience with those of HRM and the federal and provincial governments. And the plan must also address new challenges, issues, and opportunities created during COVID-19. We will continue to support business recovery and labor reskilling and redeployment while adapting to the changing nature of work, including remote work, online business, gig work, and more. And next slide, and over to you, Jacques.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, can you all hear me? I think I'm having technical difficulties here.
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. So on slide, we're on slide 20. So addressing challenges and opportunities in our city through the new and innovative approaches is a key pillar of Halifax's next growth plan, and the Halifax Civic Innovation Outpost is a joint initiative between HRM and the Halifax Partnership, and is intended to broaden opportunities for startups and scale-ups, develop their products and services to increase understanding of municipal and community needs, leverage municipal and community interests, to beta test products and services, address complex social issues, and improve HRM service delivery. So with Regional Council support, the Outpost opened at Volta in downtown Halifax in November of 2020. And work to date at the Outpost has created greater links and linkages between HRM, the partnership, and the startup community, particularly in the area of piloting. So next slide, please. So the Outpost is one component of the Halifax Innovation District work the partnership is leading with the support of HRM, and I would be remiss not to mention the great work of Jake Whalen, who works every day with the partnership and making things happen on the ground. So thank you, Jake, for your great work and working with Wendy and her team. So we're working with support from HRM, the province of Nova Scotia, and in collaboration with public, private, and post-secondary partners. And it aims to increase the number of viable, high-growth startups and scale-ups and strengthen our municipalities and regions' innovation ecosystem. Through its City as a Living Lab initiative, the Outpost has helped startups in a range of industries, from construction and mental health to technologies designed to mitigate the spread of infectious diseases. HRM and the partnership staff have helped these companies identify cybersecurity and privacy issues and pilot prototypes at the partnership with partnership investors. Slide 22, please. In this past year, these Outpost social innovation efforts were focused on climate change and food security. In the area of climate change, the Outpost generated several climate change prototypes that are outlined in the staff report. Work is now underway to develop a climate action charter for Enroll Halifax's businesses and organizations to show tangible commitments to climate change, adaptation, and mitigation. And in the area of food security, Mr. Mayor, the Outpost worked with 4 organizations, Hope Blooms, Acoma, the Mobile Food Market, and up-and-comer Mealful food subscription service to develop various concepts and prototypes. All will help inform the longer-term Just Food Action Plan being developed by HRM and the Halifax Food Policy Alliance. Slide 23, please. So the Outpost project success is contingent on collaboration, and the Green Delivery Service is a case in point. This project, supported by the prototyping processes of 3 Halifax-based startups, while at the same time supporting local retailers, encouraging Halifax residents to buy local, and reducing carbon emissions. So during the 1-month pilot between November and December of 2020, local delivery startups Halifax and Kangaroo used electric vehicles supplied by the startup All EV Canada. Halifax delivered non-perishable products for up to 25 retailers, while Kangaroo provided independent restaurants and customers in rural areas of the municipality with a platform for food delivery. Delivery and electric vehicle rental costs were covered for the duration of the pilot, and Halifax has since quadrupled the size of his business, which the owner attributes to the pilot. So the organization has gone from having 2 drivers, the owner and a business partner, to now employing 12 drivers. Slide 24, please. I think we can all be proud of the successes of the Halifax Innovation Outpost and the significant funding that HRM Council has provided to that to date. And we're excited about advancing innovation in the municipality and within HRM as an organization. And as you know, there's a report on the council agenda today in that respect. So moving forward with council endorsement, we would continue to lease the outpost space at Volta, undertake additional social innovation projects, consider advancing initiatives identified in the 2022-27 economic strategy, and continue working with companies to pilot their projects and services and leverage additional funding from public and private sources. So back to you, Wendy.
Thank you, Jacques. And next and final slide. In conclusion, thank you for your kind attention and all of your inputs into the initiatives that we shared with you today. Although not highlighted in detail in today's presentation, and as the Mayor mentioned at the outset, we are particularly proud of our economic development work in partnership with the African Nova Scotian community. Please join us on October 15th for the African Nova Scotian Road to Economic Prosperity Summit for an update on this groundbreaking work. And over to you, Jacques.
So, Mr. Mayor, I want to thank Wendy for her leadership and the great collaborations as our respective organizations work together in response to the very significant impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic. HRM and the partnership, like residents, visitors, and businesses, continue to learn, react, and adjust to the pandemic. COVID-19 revealed the extent to which complex problems require strategy and action. The 22-27 economic strategy and the innovation outpost will guide HRM's future economic development work and provide new means to get it done. Thank you very much. Happy to take questions.
Thank you very much. See a smile on Councillor Hensby's face, one of the hats in that last picture. Thank you very much, Jacques. Wendy, thank you to Ian, as always, Jake, and everybody else who's been working on this incredibly important work. I do want to acknowledge the leadership of the partnership. Wendy and I have a call every single week, and I know she has other calls every single week with a number of people. So I don't know how many weeks she gets into her week, but there's been some tremendous work that has been done. And Wendy, we very much appreciate your leadership for all of HRM and the recognition that growing isn't enough. We have to grow the right way for all and to also maintain our environment. So thank you very much. Okay. Who wants to put the motion? Is Councillor Cuttle, did you want to put the motion on the floor and then take us away?
Sure, I can do that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that Halifax Regional Council endorse the continued development of the 2022-27 economic strategy in accordance with the approach outlined in the staff report dated September 9th, 2021, and related Halifax partnership presentation.
Thank you. I'm going to have a second from Councillor Russell on that. I know Councillor Russell's involved in the partnership work. So go ahead, Councillor Cuttle.
Thank you. And thank you, Wendy, Ian, and Jacques for that presentation. That's great. I always, I love your presentations. I love the work that's going on at the partnership. I echo Mayor Savage's comments about the tremendous leadership that we have seen now and over the years come out of Halifax Partnership and how important it is to our city and driving our economic growth. You know, I always find it incredibly encouraging when we have a presentation on on economic development and talk about things about inclusion, food security, affordable housing, because any city, no matter how high up our GDP and all our other growth indicators are going, if we don't have that foundation, they're taking care of our people and the basic needs, then it's in my opinion kind of all for nothing. So I think it's amazing that we see that considered and worked on through different initiatives. I had a question, but before I get to that, I just want to also note the green delivery service. So excited to see that that's still going. I remember talking about that, I don't know, was it 2 years ago? Maybe 3 years ago, and so when you see the seed of an idea actually germinate and then flourish like that, it's so exciting. And things like that just don't happen on their own. Critically important are the partnerships. I really love how you embrace working with community organizations and leveraging opportunities and collaborating. I think those are all really important keys to success in anything we do as a municipality. And that initiative is a good example of that. I do have a question about the rural economic development strategy. I'm just wondering if you could speak a little bit more about what we can expect from that, particularly in terms of timeline, engagement, goals and objectives, kind of where that is now, and how we can see that, how you see that developing over the next few years.
Yeah, I can take that question by your worship to Councillor Cuddle. Thank you very much for your comments and for your question. So we are now branching out to the engagement within community for the remainder of the fall and into December. Step one of our work in this area is I'm having conversations with all of you with a particular focus on our suburban and rural councillors, because very much appreciating that the uniqueness in each of your districts is a key competitive advantage for Halifax as a whole. And we're seeing that in terms of migration patterns, where residents are choosing to live. And with the advent of more remote work, it's just opening up more choices for where people choose to live. But that also brings to the fore other considerations, such as mobility. And we, with many of your help, have tapped different voices to participate even in our working groups from suburban and rural areas, just to bring that lens, especially as it comes to micromobility and local mobility options. So we're starting with the councillors first in district, and then we'll be asking you for connections to your local chambers and other business groups to have those conversations in community coming through end of October and into November. And just for clarification, this will be built right into the plan versus, say, a separate plan for rural economic development, but appreciating that it's all of these pieces of the puzzle coming together to make Halifax as good as it can be and as prosperous as it can be.
All right. Thank you, Wendy.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Morse. Councillor Morse.
Oh, my apologies. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Wendy, Ian, and Jacques for the presentation and for all the work that has gone into getting us to this point and moving us forward on the plan so far. I wanted to ask a bit about housing, because I noticed in the plan that the focus is on attainable housing is on increasing the supply. And I think that's an important part of it, but I'm also concerned that we need to talk about the types of housing and come up with various strategies, and that is about both supply and the quality of the housing and the way we go about providing it. So I wondered if you could comment on some of the the things that you're working on related to housing and making it attainable and affordable for people.
Thank you, Your Worship, by Your Worship, to Councillor Morris. I'm going to ask my colleague Ian Monroe, who co-chaired the working group on attainable housing with Corey Bell, CEO of Lindsay Construction, to weigh in. With these emerging themes, how we'll be addressing them in the plan is overlaying issues around these themes with our 4 fundamental goals of people, business, place, and innovation. And so from a Halifax partnership lens, we are coming to a place now where the availability of housing will stifle our efforts to grow, to attract business and talent and retain business and talent in our city. And Ian and his team do the analysis of how we're showing up, how we are competitive on a number of different metrics against comparative cities. And we are certainly, we're ascending from our comparative cities in the past are not necessarily our comparator cities today, as we're getting now being considered amongst Vancouver, Toronto, and Montreal as the leading cities in our country for business and talent. So our focus has been fully on how do we house young professionals, how do we house recent graduates, but we're very mindful that housing is a continuum. And so if we're unable to, if we don't have enough supply, then, and we have over 10,000 new residents coming to Halifax each year, the people at the bottom will be pushed out of the funnel. And so we're using the Nova Scotia Housing Commission recommendations as a guide to how can we show up, what is within our power as a municipality to move the needle on this. And as many of you, I'm sure you've heard, there are a lot of powers that reside with the province that perhaps all of us would like more latitude on, but the group has been focusing squarely on what's within our powers. And I'll pass the floor to Ian to share a couple of examples from their conversations.
Thank you.
There we go. Thank you. Yeah, I guess I'll make a couple of quick points. One is sort of, as Wendy alluded to, we are in the work of developing an economic growth plan. We're cognizant of the importance of housing, but also that the issues do reside in a continuum. And there are some particular parts of that continuum that are best addressed by others who have the expertise and the resources and the experience. So, addressing acute homelessness and sheltering is not something that our group has been looking at, of course, because there are others who are much better placed to do that. And you're all dealing with that much more than we are at the partnership. And the other thing, going back to the question you raised about housing types, a question that's come up a lot and that we're trying to figure out how we can tackle it going forward is we've been very successful with incredible population growth over the past several years. That growth has come primarily from international migration. So a question that's arisen, and no one I don't think has the answer yet, is are the housing preferences of people moving here from much further away than would have been the case 5-10 years ago? Are they the same as the preferences of the population who's here already? So the idea being we want to make sure that we're doing everything we can to build the houses that people want, not building bungalows when people want townhouses, or not building 2-story houses when people would prefer 3-bedroom apartments. So I think there's a wide recognition that this is an interesting, important question. I don't think anyone quite knows how to solve it yet, but that's one thing that we're looking into that will help us address this housing type question forward to make sure that we get the supply, but also we get the right supply.
Okay, thank you. I just feel that housing is really foundational, and it can be part of that inclusivity, and it can resolve, depending on how we build it, it can even help our climate goals. So I think it's kind of it's one solution to many problems if we do it right. So anyway, thank you. Look forward to more conversations about this.
And thank you so much, Councillor Morris. And just one thing to add, these are certainly themes that were not included in the past growth plans with any materiality. And as I said to the Attainable Housing Working Group at the outset, we felt that we would be irresponsible to continue to talk about growth for growth's sake, without thinking deeply about some of these growing pains that we're experiencing as a community, as well as how do we leverage the know-how and the experience of the private sector to help find solutions for all. So it's both an opportunity and a challenge, and we look forward to materially moving the needle on that over the next 5 years.
Thank you for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Hensby.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Wendy and Jacques, for the great presentation, and to Ian as well. I have a few comments about the rural economy issues and stuff I hope to address. We need to get on Develop Nova Scotia's back in regards to getting the rollout of broadband and internet connections in rural communities. It's been long overdue. I know there's been money approved for various extension of services, but it seems like it's taken way too long for people to get hooked up to broadband, high-speed broadband, and it needs to be done because if we want to have rural connectivity, one of them is information highway, and we need to have that ability to have and retain people to live in rural communities, because first thing that we worry about is the water quality, the second thing to worry about is internet capacity, and those things that we need to have done. Starlink right now is probably taking a booming business, putting in their new satellite systems and stuff, and people are buying dishes in the rural areas, and I think that Bell and Eastlink are missing out on a great opportunity. We have other rural municipalities in our province who are doing it themselves, putting in internet services and cellular phone coverage and stuff. So I'm kind of wondering, we left it to the private sector. We did not want to get directly involved with us providing our own cell towers and our own internet networks, so we have to push the private sector through the Halifax Partnership to get on with it, please. And the other issue in regards to rural communities is that connectivity of transportation. If you want to try to keep a vibrant community in the rural areas, we also need to have the connectivity to downtown Halifax. So I'm bringing it up again. The Express Rural Service has to be fully implemented as it was promised back many years ago in the first regional plan. We got to put in the terminals in Musquodoboit Harbor, as well as Mineville, as well as in Westfall. We have other places we need to put the express services on the 100 series highways. It needs to be done. And also we're looking at doing our own solution for the transit through Lawrencetown, the 207 highway. We're disconnecting service on the 207 through West Chesapeake, Grand Desert, and Seaforth later in November, but we need to have an alternative service available to them, and we need to have that rural transportation solution. So I'm hoping that council and then hopefully your report will emphasize the need for that rural connectivity, not just on information highway, but actually on the highway with public transit options. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hensby.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, via your worship, to Councillor Hensby, we had representatives of Musco Rider on our transportation logistics and working group, and I believe that was Jessie Hitchcock, and her perspectives were very interesting to help us.
Jessie Greeno.
Jessie Greeno to explore how what they've created in your district could be expanded to other rural areas in HRM in the province.
Thank you, Wendy. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Russell.
Thank you very much. And I want to thank Councillor Hensby for mentioning communication and transportation, and Councillor Morris for mentioning housing. What I've seen over the past little while is that housing is the canary in the coal mine. If we have continued growth at a high level, we need to be able to accommodate those people who are moving here. And we saw with housing that that we need to do a better job of that. Looking at that and looking ahead at the other things that we need, let's look at what we have anticipated as far as growth goes. Over the past 5 years, we have had 2% growth. This report talks about a sustained 2% growth, and the province has talked about a sustained 2% growth. That'll give us 550,000 people by the year 2031. That's a 22% increase in our population. And the province has projected 100% growth by 2060. What that means is we need to double absolutely everything that we have at this point. And we need to look at all of our systems and be at the table with people who are helping us develop and grow all of those systems. And the infrastructure systems include housing, they include electricity, both the generation of it and the distribution of it. We need to strengthen that system. We need to look at our water supply, at our wastewater handling, at our communications, not just the rural broadband, but absolutely everything, at our transportation systems across the city and across the province, food handling, waste and recycling. And we also need to look at some of our social systems, and they include health and education. And so although we have a big roundtable at this point, we need to expand that roundtable. In my mind, we need, one of the vacancies that was at that roundtable is the province of Nova Scotia. This was identified as a vacancy, that there is a seat at the table for them, but that seat is vacant. And so we need to get them and other people at the table, and they include Halifax Water and Nova Scotia Power. We need the Department of Public Works, the Department of Education, and the Department of Health there, and we need every infrastructure department that we have at HRM there as well. And we're doing a great job of it. What I see from the Halifax Partnership, being the economic development organization, it's ideally situated to be able to think of growth first and include everything that requires the growth, and that is all of the infrastructure that I've mentioned. So I'm just wondering if there are plans in the works or how we can expand that roundtable to include these other people that are that should be involved with it. We need to make sure that we're ready for that 22% growth in a decade and 100% growth in 40 years. That's before my granddaughter turns 50. So, thank you.
Via your worship to Councillor Russell, thank you so much for your comments and questions, and also for serving on the Halifax Partnership Board of Directors. We do have a vacant seat at the Halifax Partnership Board for a provincial representative, which would be appointed by the Minister of Economic Development. So we're in active conversation with the Department of Economic Development to fill that seat. We have had representatives at the province at our various working groups, but I'm hearing you loud and clear that it's going to take everybody pulling in the same direction and working together to address these really groundbreaking infrastructure investments and approaches as we ascend really the next stage in our city's development. And I know, Councillor Russell, you've shared with me challenges such as lack of electric grid redundancy and opportunities through hydrogen and other really forward-thinking approaches to making sure that we're the best city that we can possibly be and continue to be very competitive and capitalizing on our existing strengths. So I look forward to speaking with you more about that. And as we, prior to the election, we were engaging the past government on an active role in developing the next 5-year growth plan. As some of you know, the province of Nova Scotia is a significant funder of our organization. And so now we'll be doing the same under the new provincial government leadership.
Thank you, Wendy. Councillor Mancini.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Wendy, Jacques, Ian. Always a pleasure to see you, Wendy. I've heard this 17 companies during the pandemic here. I mean, that's remarkable. It truly is, and that leads to 1,000 jobs. And how many other municipalities or cities across the country would like to boast about that? I know how much of that, though, is also our response to the pandemic. When you're talking to these companies, is that a factor when they're looking at relocating or opening up a new operation? How much of it is the way that we responded to the pandemic?
Thank you so much, by your worship, to Councillor Mancini. So it's a big part of how we've responded to the pandemic, as well as business and individuals thinking deeply about how they want to live their lives. And this time has just opened a lot of people's eyes in terms of the flexibility of work, the remote work options. As Jacques and Ian shared, we had a record year for population growth in Nova Scotia, driven by interprovincial migration, which was not the driver of our growth. And really looking forward to, when our borders do open up more fully, and I'll share some stats on this here in a moment, that we're very, very well poised. The pandemic highlighted many of our comparative advantages, as well as that rural, suburban, urban choice for residents and businesses, which is unique. And the way that we have shown our values through this time, caring for each other, putting health first, is a big piece of aligning with individuals and businesses and their values. So to this year to date, since April 1, we've already been working with 9 new companies that have made the decision. So that 17 was last fiscal year stat. And we were tracking, I would say, well ahead of past years. Here we are in early October with 9 companies already. We're just seeing it how Halifax's profile has been raised across Canada, as in Maclean's magazine naming us the #1 place to live. Well, now tied with Charlottetown, tied for the #1 place to live in Canada in 2021. So the secret is out, and we're just about to see really a snowball effect. People bring people, and business bring business, and the word is out about how we show up as a community here. Kudos to Dalhousie University, who have just reached an enrollment milestone. There are now over 21,000 students. That is their top performing year. And they're keeping their international numbers close to their chest. Those numbers will come out mid-month. But that goes to show that even through a pandemic, just how our profile has risen in the world. And our friends at Nova Scotia Office of Immigration have shared with me that they are tracking above all past years in terms of enrollments in their programs, the Nova Scotia Experience Program, enrollment of businesses in Atlantic Immigration Pilot, of conversion of international students to permanent residents. And now, as long as they're vaccinated, people can cross our borders and join us here. And a big piece of businesses increasingly choosing Halifax is the incredible talent that we have. So we can predict continued acceleration when we see those student enrollment numbers up like we're seeing now. We're absolutely thrilled. And again, if we'd asked each other these questions as we did in the Economic Response and Recovery Plan over a year ago, a year and a half ago, how we would be, what success we'd be seeing today, we really did not have any line of sight to that. But the months have played out. And to your point, Councillor Mancini, they really have played out in our favor because how we have managed this very challenging time.
Yeah, Wendy, I'm going to ask 2 more questions. The mayor's going to cut me off very shortly if my time has run out. But,
I'll cut you off now unless they're very quick.
Very quick. So economic growth, you talked about the pandemic being a factor, but, other conversations around, access to doctors and the environment, and Councillor Morris talked about housing. I mean, what are the other elements you're hearing conversation about? And my second question to that is building on Councillor Russell about the province. I mean, is the province really on board with helping us to drive HRM, because we are the economic driver for the region? Do they really get this? And I'm hoping this new government does. So those are my 2 questions. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Very quickly, Wendy.
Very quickly. Well, what I would say to Premier Houston is, what is going to pay for healthcare throughout the province? Economic growth in Halifax Regional Municipality. So continuing to work with him and his team, to drive that engine, which benefits a strong Halifax is a strong Nova Scotia, strong Nova Scotia is a strong Halifax. So we'll be working very closely with them on that piece.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Wendy. Councillor Diggle-Gammon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Wendy, Ian, and Jacques. What a great presentation. I know that when I reviewed it a couple of times and read through it, one of the things that kind of struck me, it was the nice balance of people, place, business, and innovation. And I wonder the 17 new companies, where they're located. Are they all in the core? So some of the things that I'm seeing in District 1 is an immense growth, right? And the builds are incredible. People are taking their businesses, they're downtown, but they're living suburban and they're living rural. And they're very concerned about the lack of connectivity and very concerned about the internet desert. There are some phenomenal entrepreneurs like Placemaking 4G that are down in Dutch settlements, right? And they want to be able to work from home and live the quality of life that, you know, as a pandemic response, we've said, come to Nova Scotia, come to HRM. This is where you're going to have a quality of life. This is where you're going to run a great business, all of those kinds of things. But they're coming and they're, you know, buying or building, you know, very nice properties, paying a good tax, but not feeling that they have the sense of place, right? So a playground, the gym, the rink, the football field, all of those kinds of things that people want to have. So I guess I'm wondering a little bit about where the partnership is looking at, where the new businesses are, but also where are the people living? And then what is it that they want where they're living? And are we meeting that need? So have we lost companies? And do we know why we've lost companies? Has it been because of economics, or was it because of quality of life issues that they decided that they needed to go someplace else? So I'm curious about those things, and I'm really looking forward to our conversation because I know that we've got our meeting all set up, and we won't take up too much time here and now because we'll save that all for our great chat later on this month. Thank you.
By your worship to Councillor Diggle-Gammon. So we will share with all of Mayor and Council following this meeting a breakdown of who these companies are and where they located, and whatever I can share as well with those who have chose Halifax Regional Municipality since April 1 this year. Not all in the downtown core by any means, although our innovation district is compelling, part of our value proposition for some of our businesses who are, especially our technology intensive businesses. But we do work with companies throughout the HRM. We'll share that with you in detail. In terms of what's driving people away, and by all means, Ian, pipe in through your research with your team. Pre-COVID, we did have an acute issue with transit and travel accessibility for 3 of our investor companies in Bedford and working at Innovation Drive. And this was just, and through Jacques' leadership and Dave Regan Transit coming to the table to explore solutions for the staff, IBM has grown to more than 700 staff at Innovation Drive. And again, all of these tech workers have been working from home, and many continue to do so through COVID. But right prior to COVID, these businesses are hiring hundreds of young people, and these young people are opting not to buy cars. So we were exploring options, if not direct transit routing, through rideshare, through other linking mobility opportunities in the chain, to make sure that these businesses can get their talent to work within their work day, which may not be the regular 9 to 5. So we're anticipating that coming out of COVID, these issues of mobility will come again to the fore. And specifically to your question, have companies shied away from coming here? That was actually a point of contention enough that some of the companies were, questioning continuing to expand if they were going to continue to have a challenge getting their workforce to the physical workspace. But again, thanks to Jacques and his team's leadership, very open to exploring opportunities for solutions. We're going to see this augmented, I believe, through some of our major and very exciting infrastructure projects coming on, Cogswell, Windsor Street Exchange. even further into the future, the McKay Bridge rebuild. So how are we working as a community with our employers to encourage our staff teams to explore flexible work models as well as flexible transportation models? So it's absolutely top of mind. And yes, that has been a point of contention for some of our employers that we're looking to resolve.
Ian, did you have anything else to add on that?
Nothing entirely specific. I just note that most of the companies we bring in tend to be in the service sector, IT, finance, life sciences, and so on. And the research I've seen for those companies usually makes the number one thing to them, people, the ability to get them. So all those things you mentioned about transport, health, the things that will entice people here will entice the companies here.
Thank you, folks. Councillor, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you to all our presenters. And this is exciting and encouraging. And I'm so encouraged, as I've said this so many times, about some of our new colleagues. I mean, I could not agree more strongly with the comments that I've heard from Catherine and from Kathy and from Paul and others, Patty as well. It's just so we have to keep in mind, we all want this growth. We all need this growth. It is wonderful. And as the mayor said, we have to still be concerned about the environment, etc. But, why do people come here? And what are we going to do? So are we going to ruin it? So all the reasons why they come here no longer exist. And keep in mind that I lived in Vancouver during a time when it grew by 50,000 a year. 50,000 a year in the Lower Mainland. And I lived in Toronto for a while and saw growth done. Both examples are both good and bad. So, when folks point out that, why do they come here? Well, it's safe. It's friendly. We have an educated workforce. We have affordable housing. Do we anymore? Don't know. It's the transportation's fairly good for the city. Well, is it? Can we be out to the lakes and the country and the ocean in 20 minutes like we advertise in our videos and whatnot? What are we going to do to make sure that happens? And if they don't all live in the city, and that they don't all live in HRM, and some will live in Hants County, and some will live down on the South Shore more. Now, what are we going to do to make sure that they don't all clog our streets trying to get to work or trying to get to the hospitals, the shipyards, the universities, the dockyards? They're not moving. And they're going to be major employers, and they're going to be where people go. So when we talk about the importance of transportation and transit, it is so important. And we're going to have a real challenge ahead of us. And it's an exciting challenge because we are going to be pushed like crazy as council and a municipality to approve anything and everything because we have a housing shortage. And we are still going to have to keep that lens on it and say, is this where and how we want it? How are people going to get to and from it? What are they going to have when they get there? And you've heard this ad nauseum from me, that people move to West Bedford and their commute times aren't shorter. Their taxes aren't lower. There is no tennis court for the kids. There is no skateboard park. There is no splash pad. So that's sort of where we can do. Now, put it on my over knowledge hat for a second, Wendy. Back in the day here, we also have to make sure that if we want to attract and keep people here, that it's not $12 and $15 an hour jobs in call centers. And I know what you're doing through the outposts and outreach and the innovation and whatnot. We have to make sure we're heading in that knowledge and creative economy direction. Because people will come here, but will they stay? Because if the cultural support network is not there, if they do not feel welcome, if they're from the Middle East or from Asia or wherever, they will not stay. If the kids graduate and all they're being offered is $15 an hour jobs, they will not stay. Although they might love Pizza Corner, they may love Halifax, etc., etc. And yes, I am talking about from experience in this to some extent through kids and through my own life. So it's very exciting, and I think we are going to grow. I question a little bit of the provincial guidelines, a little bit of their expectations, their forecasts. I think we're going to grow. I think we're going to grow every year. I'm not sure that we're going to grow as much as they think we are by 2060, but we'll see. But we just have to make sure that we are prepared for this growth with infrastructure, but also the types of jobs. And I think Mr. Hensby there, we all like to laugh at David and tease him for being rural focused and all this sort of thing. But, when people move here from Ontario and BC and Alberta, little different, I think we're going to see, and Ian, you touched on this, a little different housing needs maybe than folks coming here or staying here when they graduate or coming here at a younger age who might very well want to be downtown, might want to be in the suburbs. I think when people get tired of the rat race in some of these other provinces and want to come here, they may very well go to the suburban and rural areas, but still want to have decent infrastructure to get downtown, to the hospital, to get to the beach, to use the internet, etc. So I think David may be proven right over time. And we cannot fund this all. It cannot all be funded by HRM. We've tried to do good things when it comes to investing in, and we have, in the environment and in parkland and in transit, etc. But I still think we're leaving money on the table when it comes to the CCCs and to development fees, the capital cost charges and development fees. If there is so much growth coming, if there's so many units needed, and if money is still cheap, and if prices are going up, we can get more from the CCCs and the development fees to help us pay for this infrastructure. And my worry coming into this is that we were going to talk about cheerleaders. This is so exciting. Look at us, we're number whatever. But no, I think what I've heard around this table is we also want to be leaders as well as cheerleaders. And I think that is what I'm hearing. And you know where I'll be heading when we meet, Wendy, and God help you, I know you'll hear my usual tirades and rants, but I am so excited about what we're doing here. I'm so excited how the new council is interpreting this, but I really, really want to stress that we have to find funding sources and we have to try and maintain the quality of life here while we grow and while we try and have the right kind of jobs here. And that's going to be a really tough balancing act for you and for council. Thanks. Not a lot of questions there.
Okay. Wendy or Jacques, if there's a quick response, I'd allow it to 17 to 19 seconds.
Thank you, via Mayor to Deputy Mayor Outhead. I will just add that we are exploring deeply what we refer to as a third metric that helps us measure how we're doing on well-being and quality of life. And so Ian's leading the charge of exploring what that would look like. So it would mean, in addition to tracking our population and GDP, we are also tracking well-being and quality of life, which we do already through the index and other communications with community, but that this would rise up to be top of mind for all citizens.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Lovelace.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Shout out to staff, to Wendy, Ian, your team. Wendy, you and I have had some great conversations, and just so thankful for how deep you've been digging, to kind of unearth the potential. I think that's really important, and I'm happy to hear that a quality of life metric is going to rise up to the top, because I think that's something that gets lost. When we talk about economic development, we don't necessarily think about those who are left behind and whether or not the quality of life matches with the expectation. And so as we see this massive push it is this hope for larger, more immigration, a larger population to build the amazing city that Halifax is, we also have to balance that with the expectations that people are coming with. So I'm glad to hear my colleagues raise the issue of broadband, housing, quality of housing, looking at what that housing stock actually could be or should be to further the viability and culture of the communities that we have, and thinking about the importance of transportation and the link of mobility to the development of business and commercial activity that leads to that economic growth within the villages and within the rural population. Businesses in particular are starving for labor. They cannot get the employees that they need even just on the outskirts of the suburban line. It's so difficult for these businesses to thrive. And so, that economic recovery coming out of COVID, it's so important to assist them to find ways to get those employees to go to work, and to get access to work. And so, I'm wondering, how do we balance the expectations of folks who are coming from, larger urban areas? Mobility is one of the things that they're shocked. What do you mean there's no bus? How come I can't get a bus down to Lunenburg, or, get a bus from Bridgewater, up to Hubbards, for example? And just trying to figure out how we can work better with the partners within rural transportation. But I want to echo what's been said here, and just, where is the province? And I think that they need to be at the table. I know they need to be at the table, because a lot of what we're talking about, it can be advanced through provincial means, through their commitment and dedication to assisting HRM to become bigger and better, and more responsive to the needs of businesses and residents here. And so I just wanted to chat with you a little bit, Wendy, if you can respond to the opportunity cost analysis in rural, HRM. You and I have chatted about this. We're missing out on supporting our smaller entrepreneurs. We're missing out on the opportunity to connect them, both with infrastructure as well as with resources. And I think if we did an honest opportunity cost analysis, we would realize how much potential we haven't tapped into yet. And so I just want to know if the partnership has looked at that. Is that even on the list? And I guess I'll leave it there, but I except to say thank you so much for all your work on this. And I look forward to working with you and continuing our relationship to advance the economic growth opportunities in District 13.
By your worship, to Councillor Lovelace, thank you so much for your comments. And I do enjoy our conversations. I have regular meetings with Kelly Denty. She and our senior team member, Eric Lusage, have been active participants on our attainable housing working group. And I will say that the two reoccurring themes for all of this work, one is people first, people centric. The other is complete communities. So how are we empowering through municipal means, whether that be through bylaw changes if they need to be changed, to really tackling items that don't make sense in barriers to small business thriving within neighborhoods. And I look forward to working with you and all of our colleagues here on this call to continue doubling down on that theme. And it's linked to new developments as well. And I know that Jacques and his staff are being very direct with developers around how are the development community coming to the table with solutions to foster that complete community? How are they ensuring the proper density for servicing? How are they ensuring store frontages are at the forefront of new buildings to help new entrepreneurs be able to thrive, as well as to help residents feel truly connected to those communities? So I look forward to speaking with you about that more. On the talent itself and people who choose to move here, I had a fascinating conversation with Dylan and Talis on the waterfront while our girls made fast friends playing on the playground this weekend. They joined us here in Halifax 6 months ago, coming from Austin, Texas, and they're working remotely, but they're so committed to community. And how did they find Halifax? Well, they had realtors working for them across the country, and comparatively, our comparative advantages, to Councillor Mancini's comments, led them here to Halifax, and they're living right by Lake Bannock. So they're loving working here. They're working remotely for companies in California, but they want to be increasingly embedded in our community. So they're starting to think about, could they find employment here to be that much closer to community? So we'll connect them to the Connector program and see what opportunities there are for them. But I anticipate a shift, and through technology and through connectivity, they could live in beautiful St. Margaret's Bay, Hammonds Plains, They could live on Lake Bannock. They could live in Councillor Hensby's district and still either work remotely or work from here. And based on what they have in their home environment, they're absolutely thrilled with a sense of community and the sense of belonging and the sense of patience that we all have for each other here.
And so has there been a look at opportunity cost analysis for the rural areas? Is that on the radar?
So we haven't opportunity cost in terms of encouraging or discouraging persons or business to locate in rural?
No, just looking at the potential that we've lost. So in other words, what is that gap? So, thinking about what opportunities have we lost and how much is that costing us? For example, businesses that want to start up in rural HRM here in St. Margaret's Bay, they can't find a building, they can't find employees, they don't have transportation. So that, instead they're moving their business to East Hants or somewhere in the valley. So these are things that I think that we need to address because they are costing our rural economy.
Thank you, Councillor Lovelace. We have not to date taken that specific approach, but I look forward to connecting with you, with Ian and our research team on looking at what might be possible to dig into that deeper.
Okay, thank you, Wendy. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Mason.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Hi, Wendy. Hi, Ian and team. Thank you, and Jacques, for the presentation. I want to go back. You've talked a lot about housing. That's been a big thing we've talked about today. And you and I certainly talk about this on the regular basis. And one of staff pointed out to me that the housing assessment, inventory assessment that was already provided to the public and to council for the regional plan has on page 9 a chart that answers the question I've been asking, which is how much is approved and not built? And this is based on anything with a development agreement or anything with 50 units or more, subdivisions that have been approved but not fully developed outside the regional plan, regional center package A areas. And I had guessed to you and to the mayor and to some others, it was probably around 10,000 maybe, right? It's 23,800 units. 8,000 ground-based units and 15,800 apartment units. So that really puts the fine point on where we need to be. There is a discussion about permitting speed and there is a discussion about approval speed that needs to happen. But I hope that when the economic strategy comes back, it's talking about, I don't frankly care anymore about approvals. I care about starts. I want people, we need to work holistically across labor and supply and all of the pieces to get some of these. We want new things approved, of course, but we have 23,800 outstanding unit types that are out there approved right now. And so how do we increase starts? Starts has gone up and we have a lot more stuff being built this in 2020. And I expect it'll be similar in 2021. Despite COVID and the supply chain problems and the labor problems, we've seen a real increase there. But it seems to me that our crisis is exacerbated by the fact that we got a lot of churn, spending a lot of time approving stuff that isn't getting built. And so really digging into that and understanding what are the financial problems, what are the insurance problems, what are the labor problems, whatever the problems are that I don't understand. That's where Ian and his brainiacs come in, right? Is how do we move forward and get started? So if you could talk briefly, what do you see the plan going forward? How are we going to bring that concern forward as one of the parts of the housing pillar?
By your worship, to Councillor Mason. Councillor Mason, this is a proposed action coming out of the Attainable Housing Working Group. And your point is so important. How are we unpacking what is the actual issue or issues that are impeding builders from getting from approval to shovels in the ground and units available? And so it is a specific action right now in the proposed plan, and look forward to working with you and others So I've mentioned your comments because we had the opportunity to speak about this just the other day to some builders in our community, and they had a number of points to share around, additional hurdles and permitting fees throughout the process, etc. But I do agree with you that we need to map these hurdles.
Yeah,
so we
absolutely.
can understand the journey from the lens of those who are actually building. And is there some opportunity for improvements, incentives, carrots or sticks along the process to get from approval to shovels in the ground?
Well, I'm really pleased to hear that. There are definitely different bottlenecks, I think, than the public and other stakeholders have acknowledged so far. And I look forward to learning from our colleagues, the developers and the constructors, to find out what they are and for us to address them. But yeah, thank you very much for that information. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. I'm just going to make a few comments. I don't think anybody else is on the list. It's a sign to me of how long I've been mayor when I think about the number of people at the partnership I've worked with who have led the partnership. Paul Kent when I became mayor, Michelle McKenzie for a while, Ron Hanlon, who we all miss dearly, John Rogers, and of course Wendy. And Wendy's leadership, as I said before, has been stellar for this organization. There's a couple of things I'm happy about, Wendy. One is, I always give an address through the Halifax Chamber of Commerce that you would always be at. And for the first few years I was mayor, I had to kind of cheerlead a bit and convince people that Halifax had the potential to do as well as it could. But I would and then as we started to grow, I would speak about the growth, but I would always talk about the challenges that will come with growth, the housing issues that will come, and the need to be diverse and inclusive, and that's good for business. And I think people generally accepted that, but I know I saw some eyes rolling when I talked about that at first. But Wendy, you and I have talked to businesses who've chosen to come to Halifax in the last year, and Nancy Phillips as well, who have, and sometimes in the recruiting process, I'll get to meet them as well. And they are impressed with the fact that this is a city that respects diversity and inclusion, that it corresponds with their stated values as an organization. They like the fact that we have an ambitious climate plan. They obviously like our TLC, our talent location cost, compared to Toronto, Vancouver. And but they do talk about that commitment. That's a real thing. A city that has values that a lot of companies also have. And we saw that during beginning in the Trump years, that there were people that were concerned about going south of the border that looked at Halifax that might not have looked at us. And that would certainly go for students and their families as well. That's an awesome thing. When we came out with our growth plan, and Way was involved in that, Matt Hebb was very involved in that we thought we could be 550,000 by 2031. A lot of people thought that was crazy. And, we're on target to do that. And we have a plan around it. We have metrics, and you guys manage those metrics, and you come to us and you tell us we're ahead on this, we're not meeting up on this. It's a specific plan, and that's what we're redoing. That's why it's so important right now. Just one, so it's been great to see what's happened in Halifax, and there are challenges that come with growth, and we're dealing with those now. On the affordable and attainable housing that you spoke about, can you just tell us where that is and what the next steps are on that report?
Thank you very much, Mayor. So all three working groups have now concluded their official business, and just met. The co-chairs of each of those groups met together yesterday to really highlight the intersectionality between these three themes of attainable housing, transportation, logistics, and green economy. They're all linked, and there's a lot of overlap in terms of what each group is looking to do. Now, we've talked with Jacques and Kelly Denti, particularly, who's been so involved around maintaining and augmenting the work of some of these groups to oversee the implementation of these directives. So, just directly answer your question, we have actions that they're draft actions, but the actions have been put forward and compiled for those three working groups, including attainable housing. And now those are being vetted, in community and woven in under our 4 pillars of people, place, business, and innovation. But specifically to Councillor Mason's comment, we'll be looking to tap that attainable housing working group to explore and ask them to map out this journey from approval to shovel in the ground and help get the experts, these are developers and builders, as along with HRM staff, to get them to be able to help us understand where the roadblocks are.
Right. So I see two pieces right now that can make a really important difference. One is that Affordable and Attainable working group that's coming out of the partnership that has involved Eric Lucic and other people that you said, but the development community, but also the group that came out of the advisory group, the report on affordable housing, has some very important stuff that the provincial government, I'm hoping, will move on very quickly, including inclusionary zoning and also recognizing the role of municipalities. It is a key priority, and that plan was crazy in 2016, but we're hitting it. We maybe some things we can do better. The GDP growth, Ian, I know that we've been up and down on, but in terms of the population, when you go by the number that we did during COVID, and we're not getting less attractive as a city, we're becoming more attractive. It makes those issues more acute. Okay, Jacques, Wendy, Ian, Jake, thank you guys very much. We really appreciate this work and this update. It's been a good discussion, a good, robust discussion from all. Thank you very much. Ian, I think unless I'm missing somebody, I think we're good to go to the question on this recommendation.
Beginning with District 4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting in favor.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith.
For.
9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
11, Councillor Cuttle.
In favor.
12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion.
13, Councillor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
In favor.
16, Deputy Mayor Outhead.
Voting yes.
Mayor Savage.
Yes.
1, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
And 3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Again, thanks to our participants. Also, please pass along, again, our congratulations to the new board that was appointed for the partnership. Wendy, Rob Carruthers is the new chair. And with great thanks to Ron L'Esperance, who stepped down as chair. Being a chair of this organization is a very important job. So to the new board of directors, thank you very much, and thank you all. Colleagues, we have passed 15.1.2 on consent. That's the resourcing of the Halifax Civic Innovation Outpost that Jacques spoke to in the previous presentation. Let's go to 15.1.3, a second reading on the streets and award for Cogswell. Councillor Mason.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that Halifax Regional Council adopt proposed bylaw S316, amending bylaw S300 respecting streets as set out in attachment A of the staff report dated September 6, 2021 to mandate the undergrounding of utility infrastructure in the Cogswell district.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor, who was that? Councillor Blackburn. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Blackburn. Councillor Mason.
I mean, I really don't have anything much to say on this. I think that it's important that we mandate the undergrounding in this new addition to downtown. And also this enables the district energy or goes further on that. So I think it's pretty straightforward and I look for council support. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Anybody else on that one? If not, ready for the question, colleagues.
Question.
Beginning with District 5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith.
For.
9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
11, Councillor Cuttle.
In favor.
12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion?
13, Councillor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
In favor of the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
In favor.
16, Deputy Mayor Outhead.
Yes.
Mayor Savage.
Yep.
1, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
And 4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting in favor.
Thank you.
That's carried. Thank you, Councillor Mason. Colleague, Jacques, we have a presentation, do we, on 15.1.4, which is the Senate Plan Package B. Is there a presentation on this, Jacques?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, there is.
Why don't we do the presentation and then
Very
take our break for lunch? We'll hear the presentation first if staff are ready.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ben Seaback here, Community Policy Program Manager with Planning and Development. And I'll just give me a second to share my screen and I'll start the presentation.
Thank you, Ben. Take your time.
Okay, can everyone hear me okay and see the presentation?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. So thank you, Mayor and Council. It's a pleasure to be here to speak to first reading of Package B. As I mentioned in my last presentation to the Council, I'll save kind of more detailed acknowledgements for the public hearing, but just quickly note that a project of this scope and scale simply can't be advanced without the cooperation of multiple staff across the municipality, not to mention council committees, stakeholders such as the developers and the developers and designers, and of course the thoughtful and input of residents throughout the multiple phases of the project. For today's presentation, I'm going to be fairly brief compared to past presentations. I'll speak briefly to the overview of the plan and take a step back to speak to the big picture impact of the plan related to some of our current challenges, notably housing. I'll also go over some of the items that are new information contained in the first reading report and end on the next steps in terms of the public hearing and provincial review. So first, briefly, as I'm sure councillors are aware, the central plan process has been a multi-phase and multi-year project. The early work of the central plan really goes back over a decade, but the central plan, as we know it, really started in 2015 with a series of background studies in community engagement initiatives. In 2017, Council approved an important document known as we refer to as a purple document, which provides the guiding direction for the central plan, which continued to reference as part of the Package B process. At that time, Council made a strategic decision to split the process into two. The Package A, which was focused on the high growth areas, was approved in December 2019 and is currently in effect. So it applies to many of the growth areas, and it's one of the reasons we see a lot of the development happening on some of our major centers and corridors in the regional center. Package B, which is the focus today, is all the remaining areas, but it's resulting in one comprehensive plan. So Package B essentially updates and builds on Package A and fills in all the remaining areas of the regional center. In terms of those Package A lands, Package B process generally has focused on all the other items and generally carries forward the key council decisions related to density, height, and bonus zoning. So Package B, we haven't been revisiting some of those difficult and hard decisions council just made over a little under 2 years ago. However, based on further feedback and also just our experience in implementing the plan, there are a number of updates proposed to the Package B process. The most significant one would be the streamlining use of the site plan approval tool to focus on variations instead of just developments over a certain size. There are a number of minor changes to built form and building design requirements, again, based on feedback and also experience administrating the plan, and a number of additional Package A zone lands. The most significant would be a new future growth node by the Mount Hope interchange. Package B, as I mentioned, fills in on the remaining gaps of the regional center plan. including the parks and community facility designations and zones that apply to municipally owned and provincially owned park spaces, such as the Halifax Common. Expansion of the downtown designation to include downtown Halifax, so the pull into downtown Halifax into the central plan framework, with the exception of the heritage conservation districts and the 5 sites that were removed for transition purposes through council direction at the last meeting. A big component of package B has been the established residential designations and the establishment of a number of different types of low density zones to accommodate what is often referred to as missing middle or a gentle density in low density areas. Package B also covers the institutional employment designations to update the zoning applied to colleges and universities, and also institutional zones, and also some basic zoning applied to Department of National Defense and hospital lands. There's also an industrial employment designation to cover harbor-related industrial, light industrial, and commercial light industrial areas. And lastly, the water access designation, which carries forward the regulations applied to the Northwest Arm and applies a similar approach to Lake Banook and portions of Lake Mi'kmaq to discourage the infilling of water lots. Now, as I mentioned at the introduction, I'm going to take a step back and focus on kind of the big picture moves that the central plan is doing and its importance to addressing or helping to address one of our most pressing challenges in the municipality, and that is encouraging the development of additional housing. So as councillors who been involved in this process will know that I think one of the biggest moves that the central plan is doing, and this was largely the heavy lifting of package A, was to increase development opportunities in areas serviced by transit. So under package A and carried forward through package B, a lot of the zoning along the centers and corridors has been upzoned, providing more certainty for both developers and neighboring residents, and reducing approvals times. So this is so important to fostering the type of infill developments that we want to see in the regional center, and also coordinated with the transit investments that the council has been making in recent years. Building on this topic, in the planning documents, there's also support for a mix of unit types and high density development, so that two bedrooms and 3 bedroom units are also provided to accommodate not just bachelors, but also families in the regional center. There's also reduced barriers and support for shared housing, work-live units, home offices, secondary suite, and backyard suite. So different housing choices and types of ways of living and doing business in the regional center. There are reduced requirements. This is what can often be a barrier for developments from a cost and also land availability perspective. Another important move also implemented through package A is the establishment of the bonus zoning program, and its focus on affordable housing, where we are collecting money in lieu to redirect to the nonprofit housing sector. And then council is starting to see the fruits of that approach through the creation of the affordable housing grant program that is starting to get off the ground. And also there's a variety of policy support for partnerships and other municipal initiatives to address affordable housing needs. Notably, a recent addition supported by council to make it explicit that the council intends to update the plan should the province amend the charter to provide more tools to the municipalities to support affordable housing developments, such as inclusionary zoning. Focusing on the package B process, I want to highlight this fact sheet or infographic that's on the central plan website that staff created to highlight some of the many updates and improved regulations to support what we refer to as gentle density or missing middle housing. So the low density housing choices that provide opportunities for people to live in the regional center and still have access to ground-based units to be able to walk out your door and get to a yard or to the street. This includes more opportunities for 3-unit dwellings and townhouse dwellings, as well as 2-unit dwellings, a new cluster housing zone to accommodate the kind of different types of shared housing from access from shared driveways and walkways. Reduce barriers from a lot coverage perspective, and as well as home occupations and home offices. In this context, I think it's also I know I'd be missing something if I didn't speak to the COVID-19 context, and which is also shining a spotlight on the housing needs. Well, where there are already housing challenges before the pandemic, I think not just in Halifax but across Canada, this is really showing a spotlight on some of the housing challenges in Halifax and throughout the country. From this perspective, the central plan documents are important to addressing some of the challenges in a number of different ways. One of the core concepts of the Centre Plan is complete communities, and the pandemic and its impact on living has really shown the importance of complete communities from a resiliency perspective. To having access to park spaces and shops and services close to where people live is so important to livable communities, and building on the themes from the earlier discussions, attracting talent and attracting residents. It's also highlighted the importance of flexible land use control, so that office buildings, for example, in downtown Halifax or downtown Dartmouth, could potentially convert to residential uses without the zoning or regulatory barriers. Well, there's of course costs involved that wouldn't require a decision in the council to enable that. As I mentioned, package B is proposing a streamlined development review process, further streamlining with the reduced use of the site plan approval tool, and this is important. This could be important to bringing development projects to the construction phase a little bit sooner. A couple of other items I'll quickly note is package B proposes a little increased flexibility for pedestrian-oriented commercial streets outside of the downtown designations to allow office uses on the ground floor as well, given that some cafes and restaurants and in the short and medium term, some of those storefronts may have difficulty attracting businesses. And also increased development agreement transition timeframe, recognizing that the private sector is also facing many of the challenges that the municipality is having in relation to supply chains and also the ability to engage government. I'll quickly touch on a couple of the new items in the first reading report. At the last council meeting, council requested design review options. To expand, to look at options to including design review as a right development process. Under the Halifax Charter, the options are limited. We did discuss two options. One is to expand the use of the site plan approval tool, which already includes a design review by the Design Advisory Committee. This would require direction from council and a supplementary report. This one is not recommended by staff because it's with the site plan approval tool. It's a whole package. You can't just pick out a piece of the tool. So it would also come with the increased processing times and the risks of appeals. And staff suggests that the focus on the variations is the appropriate use of the tool where discretion is needed and design advice can immediately impact design choices. As an alternative, the staff recommend incorporating design review into the existing pre-application review process. We already do pre-applications for site plan approvals and sometimes also discretionary approvals. Generally, right now we focus on whether or not proposals meet the conditions of a bylaw or engineering requirements. And staff suggests that this process could be expanded to also provide design advice. I will note that this would be a voluntary process, so it's not something that can be required since it is a pre-application. It's something that we can't put in the bylaw. It would not be open to the public, again, because it's not a formal part of the process. However, to provide some feedback, we are suggesting that we monitor the effectiveness and return back to council with information and advice on perhaps making improvements or whether or not continuing with the approach is worthwhile. Also highlighting the first reading report is the support for the Rapid Housing Initiative that council considered last month. There are two projects under that program that where the municipality can provide further support by updating zoning to support the projects. The first is a one by the Affordable Housing Association in Nova Scotia for 101 Yorkshire Avenue extension in Dartmouth. This is support the conversion of the existing hotel to a 65-room shared housing use. And the proposed zoning change is from the CLI commercial light industrial zone to a HR1 zone with a 14-meter max height. And this would support that. This is a project that was supported by council for the rapid housing funding. The second project concerns 8 Burke Street, also in Dartmouth, and also by the Affordable Housing Association in Nova Scotia. It's for an addition of 6 units in an existing multi-unit dwelling, which also contains 6 units. It was a strong project that was not ultimately supported for the Rapid Housing Initiative, but staff continue to support their projects and are proposing the proposed zoning is revised from ER2 to ER1 with a maximum height of 11 meters to support this project as well. Lastly, I'll touch on the review and adoption process. This is a slide that councils will have seen multiple times. The formal process began in June with a review by the Community Design Advisory Committee and the Heritage Advisory Committee. Since that time, we've also received recommendations from the applicable community councils, the Community Planning and Economic Development Standing Committee, and also the Design Review Committee. In August, Committee of the Whole considered all the recommendations as well as additional advice from staff and provided direction to staff on changes that council wanted to see for first reading. And now we are at Regional Council first reading, and they understand through the clerk's office that the public hearing is targeted for later this month, October 26th. Given that we don't often go through comprehensive, I guess council doesn't often consider comprehensive planning documents, I'll go into the next steps of the approval process in a bit more detail. Today, council is considering first reading, so council's decide whether or not you're prepared and comfortable to move the planning documents forward to a public hearing. Should council choose to do that today, the next milestone that I will note is the first notice of a public hearing. And this is when the ad for the public hearing are first placed in the newspaper. And I note this because this is at the point where we often refer to as the dual approval period, where any development proposals have to both meet the requirements of the current bylaw as well as the proposed bylaw. And that often this is possible to do because the requirements are similar or in some cases more flexible. But just to note that as a key step in the process. The next step of that would be the public hearing, where would be the last chance for members of the public or any interested parties to voice any comments of support or concern to Regional Council. I will note at the public hearing that should council want to make any substantial changes, that it would require another public hearing to be advertised. So it would be significant changes would delay the process a little. From there, should council approve the documents, it goes to the province for review, where the director of planning for the province has up to 30 days to determine if planning documents are subject to minister approval. So they'll look at to see if is it consistent with the statements of provincial interest. And I will note that staff advise that we believe there are consistent or go above and beyond the statements of provincial interest. However, if there are any concerns, the director of planning would forward the proposed plan to the minister, where the minister would have an additional 60 days to approve, amend, or refuse the planning documents. And once we hear back from the province, the plan and bylaws will become effective at the date that notice is published in the newspaper. So when we advertise that the plan is in effect, that's when the plan would become effective. Lastly, I'll just quickly summarize the recommendations. Council has been asked to consider first reading of the planning documents, as well as amendments and a repeal of the existing planning documents. I'll also quickly note that we're recommending council adopt bylaw U111, which is to implement updated fees for the pre-application process for as-of-right developments, as well as direction to monitor the effectiveness of the pre-application process and to report back to council within 24 months. So with that, I thank council and the mayor for your time, and I will be here after lunch to take any questions. With that, I'll stop sharing my screen and pass it back to the mayor.
Ben, thank you. Thank you very much. We've all been through this, some of us for many years now, and all of us for at least a year. And I certainly appreciate the way you laid it out, particularly sort of where we are in the process. Colleagues, we're going to take a break. Councillor Mason will put the motion on the floor when we come back at 1 o'clock.
For anybody watching online, the microphones and cameras will all be shut off, and we will be returning at 1 o'clock for this meeting. Members of council, if you can hear me, please return to this meeting when you return from your break. Have a good lunch. Good afternoon. It is now 1 o'clock. We'll be returning your microphones and your cameras. We can start the meeting on your call, Mayor Savage.
Okay, yeah, I'm ready to go. Ready to go in. I see Wade is here.
We are Mayor Savage. We are streaming to YouTube and the meeting can start on your call.
Okay, folks, we're back. Just before lunch, we had a presentation on 1514, which was package B, supplementary report. I'm going to go to Councillor Mason to lead us off, put the motion on the floor. Take it away.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's my great pleasure to put the following motion on the floor that Halifax Regional Council give first reading and schedule a public hearing to consider the 1. Regional Center Secondary Municipal Planning Strategy and the Regional Center Land Use Bylaw and Bylaw U111 respecting user charges as contained in attachments A, B, and I of the supplementary staff report dated September 14th, 2021. And 2. Proposed amendments to the Dartmouth Municipal Planning Strategy, the Dartmouth Land Use Bylaw, the Downtown Halifax Secondary Municipal Planning Strategy, the Downtown Halifax Land Use Bylaw, and the Halifax Municipal Planning Strategy as contained in attachments C to G of the supplementary report, supplementary staff report dated September 14th, 2021. I so move.
Second, Councillor Austin.
By Councillor Austin. Thank you, Councillor Mason.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to try and be uncharacteristically brief about this because I feel like we're going to hear a lot at the public hearing and now is really not the time for a whole lot of debate. But I do want to say, I've recently had people, we've definitely heard from people who don't want a lot of the changes that are in here. But what's been interesting as the housing crisis deepens, we have more and more people saying that maybe center plan doesn't go far enough. And certainly on some social media, folks have said that the center plan will be built out in a year or 2 or 3. And so I asked staff to go and look at where we landed. And with things that are currently moving toward development agreement and future growth nodes, and with everything that's been upzoned in the center plan, this creates a supply, but not including the future growth nodes that haven't been done yet, of 85,000 units. 85,000 units, and with an average occupancy of about 2 to 2.1, according to CMHC data, that's potential homes for up to 178,000 people without the other future growth nodes, which would be thousands more. So this is a lot, right? I mean, what's in front of us right now is talking about doubling and then 50% more or 1.5 times what we have in the peninsula right now. We're talking about a significant increase in the what is available by right to accommodate a significant population increase and to meet our regional plan goals of between 25 and 40% of the development happening in the regional centers. So this is really good work and a substantial change. And I'd like to thank staff and the public for all their good work in getting us this far. I look forward to hearing the comments that will come in the public hearing, and I will be responding to those at that time. I do have an amendment for today, however, which staff asked me to move, and I'm just getting, I thought I printed it off, but I printed off Councillor Cleary's. So I have an amendment which is housekeeping amendments on errata that staff have spotted since the Senate plan proposal was finalized. So I'll move that amendment if I may. Direct the Chief Administrative Officer to amend the proposed Regional Center Secondary Municipal Planning Strategy, RCS MPS, and the Regional Center Land Use Bylaw, RCLUB, to correct the following mapping errors identified by staff to implement previous council directions. 1, amend Schedule 23 Schmidtville Heritage Buildings to identify Schmidtville Heritage Buildings. 2, amend map 4 maximum building height precincts and schedule 15 maximum building height precincts by adjusting maximum permitted height from 14 to 20 meters on 50 Rodney Road, Dartmouth. 3, amend schedule 2 zoning boundaries by rezoning 2380 Gottingen Street, Halifax from HR2 to HR1. 4, amend map 1 urban structure and schedule 2 zoning boundary heights, map 4 maximum building height precincts and schedule 13 maximum building height precincts by A, rezoning a portion of Lancaster Drive, Dartmouth, located at 54 and 64 Cannon Terrace from ER2 to institutional. And B, rezoning lands located at Lancaster Drive from HR1 to institutional to follow recently updated property lines with a corresponding adjustment to the maximum permitted height from 23 meters to 11 meters on the institutional portion of the property. And 5, amend Schedule 18, minimum front and flanking setbacks by adjusting the minimum setbacks to 386 Windmill Road, Dartmouth from 7.5 to 2 meters. I so move.
Second.
Second by Councillor Austin.
So I don't really have anything on this, but I do love the language of amend the map on Schmidtville building heights to identify Schmidtville heritage buildings to identify Schmidtville heritage buildings. I think if the clerk can, do you want me to post that in the chat or do you have it there, Ian?
The amendment is in the chat.
Oh, good. Okay, I hadn't scrolled down. All right. Well, yeah, nothing further on the amendment, and I will save my comments for after the public hearing, and I look forward to hearing the thoughts of the public later on in October. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Mason. So on the housekeeping amendments, are we ready for the question? I suppose we should take a vote on it. Ian?
Beginning with District 6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith. 4. 9, Councillor Cleary. 10, Councillor Morse.
Voting in favor.
11, Councillor Cuttle.
In favor.
12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion.
13, Councillor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting in favor.
15, Councillor Russell.
In favor.
16, Deputy Mayor Outett.
Voting yes.
Mayor Savage.
Favor.
1, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting in favor.
And 5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
Thank you.
Thank you. That motion carries. That's amended. Amended the motion. Thank you, Councillor Mason. Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you, staff, for getting us here to first reading. Exciting day. I did have some questions just before. I do have an amendment to move, but I did have some questions I wanted to ask first about the design review portion, because this is something that I raised previously about the changes that we're embarking on. So I'm wondering if staff are on the line, whether they could comment on, what exactly, do we actually have the in-house capabilities to staff a design review committee of our own? Because, I'm not sure what our architectural or landscape resources are. I know we have a bunch of engineers and a bunch of planners, but some of the other professions that we would look to round out such a committee, I'm not as aware as to what our staffing actually is.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Austin. Through Mr. Mayor, back to you and council. It's a good question. It's something that as staff, we've had some preliminary conversation with some other business units. So without committing other business units, we've had discussions with facilities who have architecture on staff who might be willing to participate in such a ad hoc working group, as well as landscape architects in parks and recreation. So between the expertise within planning and development, which has a large focus on urban design and heritage, and pulling from other staff from other business units, we feel like we have a well-rounded ad hoc team that could provide some helpful advice to development projects.
Okay. Did we consider in preparing that recommendation the potential to hire folks from outside of HRM so we get a bit of a wider sample from the design world?
Thanks for the follow-up question, Councillor Austin. Yes, through the mayor, we did consider that in preparing the staff report, and ultimately landed on that approach, having more challenges than it is benefits. Some of the challenges include that the outside expertise are less likely to be aware of other municipal requirements, so some of their design advice actually might be offside with some of the requirements, such as not being aware of shadow protocols, for example. A little bit more resources and slower process to be to retain and organize meetings. And it is also concerns that the architectural community within Halifax isn't that big that we'd be pulling in architecture. We also have projects that are probably going through review, and kind of suspect that there'd be a hesitancy for architects to have their proposals critiqued by their colleagues and competitors in some cases. So while I kind of recognize that might bring in a bit more broader expertise, we think the challenges outweigh the benefits.
Okay. I like the idea of doing this pre-application because it means that this is actually really right at the very beginning, because one of the pieces of feedback we had from design review is that there's a lot of pressure when you're at the very end and people have already baked plans and really set their minds on a particular course of action. By doing it earlier on, do we think that we would actually have the buy-in to participate in it? And it wouldn't be publicly released, but is there the possibility of making the deliberations of our committee known through some sort of annual report type process, just so it's not quite all internal to HRM?
Mm-hmm. Thanks for the follow-up questions, Councillor Austin. Again, through the mayor, back to you and council. In terms of making the deliberations public, they're before an application is made, those discussions are private and not open to public. That's one of the thinking behind the recommendations for staff, to ask staff to monitor and report back, that we can collect information and report back to council and the public about the effectiveness, and provide as much information as possible. Once projects go to the permitting phase, then some of the application reviews can be made public, and we can further look into that should council support that motion. And the first part of your question, it just slipped my mind for a minute. You mind repeating that?
The first part of my question, I mean, the main thing I was looking for was the design, like the public facing process of it. I mean, I think we can leave it at that.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Austin. I apologize for not quite being on top of the questions.
It's all right. Mr. Mayor, I don't know what my time is. Would you like me to move my amendments now or come back?
Yeah, go ahead, Councillor.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll just paste them into the chat. Okay. So I move that Halifax Regional Council amend the proposed Regional Center Secondary Municipal Planning Strategy and the Regional Center Land Use Bylaw to 1, increase the height limit in map 4 of the Secondary Municipal Planning Strategy for PID 0008264 to 17 meters, and the height limits for PIDs 404-63879 and 0008236 to 38 meters. And then 2, designate PIDs 404-63879 and 0082636 in Schedule 2 of the Land Use Bylaw as higher order residential. And 3, amend Section 422 of the Land Use Bylaw by inserting for a dealership use or immediately after the word except and before the words where a driveway or walkway access is provided.
Second, Councillor Mason.
Seconded by Councillor Mason. Councillor Austin, anything else on those?
Yes, by way of quick explanation on them. So the PID numbers that I rattled off there is Demetrius Lane and Green Road in Dartmouth, and this is Metro Housing property. And Metro Housing, they submitted a letter to council as part of the center plan here, kind of late in the process, looking for development rights for their lands, because they're, as everyone knows, we're in a bit of a housing crisis, and so they're looking at, well, what can we do with their portfolio to maximize it? And my impression for Demetrios Lane, increasing that from 14 meters to 17 meters is entirely reasonable. That's what the Killam property next to it is. And with Nova Court, we had actually had that basically zoned as non-conforming. The height limit on Nova Court was less than the existing building. And part of that is just because we hadn't really had any engagement from housing. And so I think what I'm proposing to do here amendment-wise, it puts most of the potential new development rights on the Green Road area. So that is potentially Nova Court, but also the vacant lot that they have that's adjacent to Nova Court, where the the administration building is there and their parking. So it opens up some potential there, and I think it's entirely, it is consistent with the surroundings. We'll see what the public thinks with the public hearing. There is a piece here too. I mean, this housing's aware that they would have to do some fairly significant resident consultation with their own people, right? There is some real challenges, of course, in dealing with folks who live in public housing, and some real challenging issues historically. I mean, some of these folks are the folks that were moved in dump trucks by the city coming out of Africville. So housing is very much aware of that piece, and that's certainly what we would expect them to do, is to do an in-depth consultation before anything would change there. This is simply opening up options so that they can pursue that to try and make the most of the lands given the situation we're in. And then the third piece of my amendment is regarding car dealerships. Not in areas like Roby Street where we want to see them redeveloped, but actually in the employment areas. So the commercial and the industrial zones, the Windmill Road, upper end by the bridge, and of course Kemp Road. And all it is just saying, you know what, you don't have to do the landscaping requirements. You can continue to display your vehicles up close to the curb, which is what the car companies mandate them to do. It's a pretty minor amendment in my feeling, where it applies to only those commercial and industrial zones where car dealerships are allowed. I wouldn't be in favor of changing anything in places where we want to see upzoning and redevelopment. So those are the three parts of the amendment, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much for the consideration.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Austin. So those three amendments are wrapped up in one on the chat.
Question.
Thank you for the explanation on those, Councillor Austin. Are we ready for the question?
Question.
Okay.
Councillor Smith. Mr. Mayor, Councillor Smith wants to comment.
Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Councillor Austin. So overall, I support this in Councillor Austin's last comments regarding making sure that the province works with the residents. And the comment that I'm making is on Councillor Cleary's motion that will come forward as well. Because when I first saw this, the first thing I thought is oh no, we're going to have a replay of when I was a kid, when the housing asked for planning changes and everyone thought that they were going to sell Uniacke Square. So very important that piece happens with the residents, and I hope I'd rather they'd came earlier so we could have those discussions with the community for them to understand what these changes actually mean and how they will be engaged in the future. But I do support this in the planning aspect of it. But just hope that if anyone from the province is listening, that we truly make sure on this property and others, if we're looking at developing in the future, that we're really working with those communities as best we can. So thank you, Councillor Ross, for mentioning that.
Thank you, Councillor. Okay, ready for the question on the amendment of Councillor Austin, as seconded by Councillor Mason.
Beginning with District 7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith.
4.
9, Councillor Cleary. 10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
11, Councillor Cuddle.
In favor.
12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion.
13, Councillor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting in favor.
15, Councillor Russell.
In favor.
16, Deputy Mayor Otit.
Voting yes.
Mayor Savage.
Yep, indeed, yes.
1, Councillor Dale Gammon.
In favor of the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting in favor.
5, Councillor Austin,
In favor.
and 6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the amendment.
Thank you.
Okay, that the amendment carries and is now part of the main motion. Thank you, Councillor Austin. Councillor Hensby.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I believe all members of council received a letter earlier this past week from our former colleague Stephen Adams making an inquiry about 6026 Willow Street, PID number 00147-264, lot number 8, requesting an increase in the height from 14 meters to 20 meters. Just wondering if staff had any comment on this particular request. I don't know. I sent the letter, a copy of the letter forward to Ben before lunch there and stuff, so I don't know if I had a chance to look at it yet or not. And also want to know if this particular property came up in the discussion during the plan amendments.
Thanks, Councillor Hensby, for the question, and through Mr. Mayor, back to you and council. Yes, we're aware of the request, and I can provide a little bit more context, a little bit more background and context for it. So this is in relation to a development project along Roby Street at the intersection with Willow Street. Under a previous committee review and in response to previous requests, staff did support a rezoning of the property in question from a low density zone, ER zone, to the corridor zone to enable to support the project, especially in relations to the Roby Street Transportation Reserve, which is going to constrain the property in front. So enables the project to extend to the back portion a little bit. I think the only difference that in views with this applicant is that in doing that, staff also recommended a 14-meter height limit to provide a transition to low density dwellings along Willow Street, whereas through Mr. Adams, understand the developer is looking for 20 meters to provide a little bit more height on that portion of the building.
And if staff are in favor of that, would it be possible to have that included now and then hear from the public on that particular matter? Because if you get the 20-meter setback or 20-meter height requirement, allows them to do a setback of the building, so visually it would not be imposing upon the neighbors, but also we gain the benefit of the Roby Street corridor that we've been needing that property up front for that particular purpose. So would it be easier to have it included now as it amended and then hear the public hearing on it and then trying to add it later?
Yes, Councillor Hampus, through Mr. Mayor, back to you and council. Yes, certainly before the public hearing would be the time if council is supportive to make a changes. Otherwise, after the public hearing, it would be I believe this would be a substantive amendment requiring another public hearing. I guess we're going to get into the nuances of it. In previous staff report, staff recommended 14 meters as a transition. Having said that, 20 meters isn't that big a difference because there's also transition requirements when higher density buildings are located next to low density areas. So the practical difference in the building design isn't that great. So I mean, at this point, it'd be up to council to decide if you were willing to support the 20-meter ask versus the 14-meter that staff had previously recommended.
And if I make a request for an amendment, we can always hear from the public, and we can always set it back to 14 meters if we hear from the public the negativity towards this type of item. Is that correct? So it would not be a substantial amendment if we did move it forward now as an amendment. Then if it gets defeated at after a public hearing, it goes back to its previous rights at 14 meters. Correct?
Through the mayor, back to you. I'll answer, but I'll also invite the municipal solicitor or municipal clerk to weigh in on what's considered substantive or not substantive. This would be a change to the height map, 14 meters versus 20 meters for a single property, which is, I think, in my view, a fairly significant change that might be the difference between neighboring property owners supporting the plan or not supporting the plan. So I think any change to the height maps after the public hearing, unless it's a correction of some kind, I think would be a substantive change requiring another public hearing. But I stand to be clarified or corrected by a municipal solicitor or anybody else on the council meeting.
Mr. Trades?
I think Mr. Sivak is correct. I think that would be a substantive change, even though I appreciate you're going back to something that was the other case. The public have a right to participate based on what's being put forward after first reading.
So this being first reading, so we can put that amendment forward now, then hear from the public. So therefore, it's not a substantial change now if we just put it in the hopper for discussion for the public at a public hearing. Is that correct?
Correct, subject to if council chooses after the public hearing to change it, that will likely mean another public hearing because it's a substantive change, as Mr. Sivak has said. So,
had the maps have not been. My understanding, this being first reading, have the maps already been published for this particular first reading? I thought it goes between first and second reading, the actual public document goes put out there because all these amendments are part of the discussion for the public hearing. So how would it be a substantive change if we're to just include that one lot at this particular time?
It's not a substantive change today. It's really the issue of after the public hearing. Based on what's been advertised and shared publicly, including the maps, if council then decides to change the height, that's a substantive change, is what I'm hearing.
So that's why we should include it today and have a part of the discussion for the public hearing, because it's not substantive now if we add it today and hear the public hearing on it. And then if we decide to decline this particular request, after the public hearing, then so be it. But it'd be better to have it on the table now for discussion and also on table for discussion at the public hearing.
So I'm hearing it a little bit differently. I'm hearing that whatever goes to the public hearing, if it's changed either to go higher or lower, is then deemed to be substantive. Is that right, Mr. Traves?
Correct. Height is a substantive issue. So whatever council, in its wisdom feels is the desired outcome at this point is what should go forward to second reading. And if after that, hopefully there's no changes, but if there is a change, then it would require a second read, a new public hearing.
So just to make it perfectly clear, so if I was making a request for a height amendment to change for 6026 Willow Street, I need to put that on there now, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right, then should I type that in the chat or just read it out? The move that to increase the height at 6026 Willow Street, lot 8, from 14 meters to 20 meters. So
okay. Councilman Hensby is moving that. Is there a second for that? I think we all got a copy of that. Is there a second for that?
I'll second.
Seconded by Councillor Purdy. So just to be clear, Councillor, if this changes to 20 today, when it goes to the public, if it's changed back down to 14, that's still a substantive amendment, is what I'm hearing from the lawyer. So people understand. Okay, let's hear some comments on the amendment. Councillor Mason.
Perhaps if I may, I defer to Councillor Smith as area councillor, and I'll go after if that's all right, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Councillor Mason. You didn't have to do that, but I appreciate it. So I'll be voting against this for a number of reasons. One, as Mr. Sivak mentioned, this has already been discussed a few times, not only at the staff level, but I've had discussions with the owners and the person representing them, Steve Adams, and also the neighbors in the area have come to multiple committees asking us to actually remove this property from the plan entirely to make it just ER1, I believe. So if we hear from the public, what we're going to hear is we don't want you to change what's currently being asked. We want you to actually remove it from the plan and just make it a R1, well, not R1, but a residential property. So changing this to 20 meters now would then mean if we want to go back to what we've been advertising and what we've taken to the public, we then have to delay the plan itself. So I'm voting against this because we did analysis on this. Even in package A, we had a discussion about this property. So making a change now, for me as the area councilor, I don't support.
Thank you, Councillor Mason.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Smith, for a great summary. Just to go even further, I would say between the 5 Peninsula or Regional Center councillors, we have dozens and dozens and dozens of requests like this. And what I've said to everybody in my district is, no, we've debated this forever, right? We've had package A, it's been passed 2 years ago. Package B is not about expanding package A, it's about finishing package B. And I am willing to take, we'll have a public hearing. We're going to keep an open mind. We're going to listen to what the public says, but a public hearing isn't public engagement. This isn't going and having table talk and having a website where we solicit input. It's this council saying this is what we think should happen. And I don't think this is what should happen on this site for all the reasons that Councillor Smith and staff have already outlined ad nauseum for the last 2.5 years. What I am suggesting is that if Councillor Hensby, I'm going to vote against this. I would ask all of council to vote against this. If Councillor Hensby and any other councillors have sites like this they'd like to see brought forward, and I may have some after the public hearing once we've heard from everybody, for most of them, what I'm saying is it's too late now. We do have 2 more reviews of this coming when Cogswell is adopted and when we bring the heritage plans into the center plan, downtown plan that have not yet been done. And, we can put these things like this forward for additional public engagement and a supplementary staff report rather than kind of presumptively putting this in here, which frankly, as Councillor Smith said, goes against what the community's asked for. So, and all the engagement we've done and the staff recommendations. So I ask you not to support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Anybody else on this amendment?
If I may, in regards to the right-of-way, could I ask, is there staff on that in regards to the right-of-way? Are we not acquiring or taking over parts of Roby Street corridor here to do the part of that corridor, transit corridor? And our plan talks about trying to improve density in on the peninsula, also along the transit corridors, which will be acquiring property from this property to make that corridor wider. So I think that it should be a give and take situation here. If we're going to be taking property away, we should be able to give them some rights back in regards to developing a little higher. If you can't spread it out, he has to go up because we're confining his property with the right of way. So can I get clarification from perhaps Eric Lucic could reply to that comment about right of way issues?
Mr. Lucic.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you to the councillor and the rest of council. Yes, there's planned right-of-way work that is coming through this stretch. Part of the reason why we were looking at additional lands in this scenario was to help accommodate and to limit the impact on future development of that site, as demonstrated a little through the submission that came from Stephen Adams. There is some impact that having this additional parcel at additional height could benefit the future right-of-way work, but ultimately I defer to council, and I can answer any other questions you may have in that regard.
I think it's a fair exchange, and I believe that it should be supported. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Austin on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just on the right-of-way quickly, I'd remind council that, nobody's donating their land to us. We're buying land from folks along the right-of-way for the Roby Street project. So, to me, there's not a compensation there. There's a compensation that's already going to happen. I'm going to support the area councillor on this. I know this is property that has come up a couple of times. I don't think it's it's the time or place for us to be moving specific site amendments this far in, where this has been through many a committee now. Everyone's had their chance to make amendments. So I'm not going to support this, or really I'd be hard pressed to support any site specific amendments. The one exception I've drawn, which was my motion, and this is why I wanted to speak to this one, the clear distinction to me is housing Nova Scotia versus private landowner developers. I don't think we treat Housing Nova Scotia different in terms of can a site support, is development right for this site at this scale? That to me is a question that doesn't matter who the owner is, but what does matter is, Housing Nova Scotia, I can cut them a bit of slack in terms of they were late into the engagement. They have to deal with, some particular government bureaucracy sort of challenges. Private landowner doesn't have that sort of piece. They've had their chance to have their say. And so I think this amendment is fundamentally different than the one we just moved. So I won't support this or any other site specifics today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cuttle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I too am going to support the area councillor on this. You know, there was a lot of discussion around setbacks and the transitioning from higher density to established residential. And, you know, that's a critical component, I believe, to the success of the center plan, that you know, as we add density, we really need to make sure it's a right fit in the neighborhoods in which it's put. So these transitions, you know, there were a lot of thought that did go into them. They're there for a reason. And I believe that they should stay. Just a question for staff. I'm just wondering, on this lot, what was the as of right ability to build here prior to center plan versus now? Has there been an increase in development rights through center plan on these lots?
Mr. Sivak?
Thanks for the question, Councillor Cuddle, and through Mr. Mayor, back to you in council. Yes, the short answer is yes. So just to a little bit of a history, as Councillor Smith outlined, through package A, the I guess the part fronting on Roby was rezoned to corridor, which allows for significant as a right development opportunities that weren't there before. And off the top of my head, I don't recall the zoning under the existing Peninsula Land Use bylaw. And then through package B, the property in question was added to the corridor zone to help facilitate development project because lands were because of the constraints created by the Roby Street, planned Roby Street widening. So in package A, it was specifically left out to remain as low density, whereas in package B, it was included in the corridor zoning to support development project, just at a different height than I think the developer would prefer.
So nothing's really being lost through this. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so on the amendment, this is Councillor Hensby, seconded by Councillor Purdy, I believe.
Well, can I ask a question? Councillor Cuddle said about nothing's really lost. If the height is lost, how many units would be lost? You know, if from one proposal to another. So trying to have affordable housing in the communities and stuff, losing capacity and opportunity for more units. I think there is an opportunity cost here.
Okay, that's your third go, so that'll be good. I think what Councillor Cuddle was referring to was it's not lost versus what was the developable rights prior to package B. But is there anything else on that, Mr. Sivak, that needs to be said?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. No, I think between the councillors and myself and Eric, I think we've covered the background and context.
Okay. All right, folks. Nobody else ready for the question on the amendment of Councillor Hensby?
Question.
Beginning with District 8, Councillor Smith.
Okay.
9, Councillor Cleary. 10, Councillor Morris.
Against.
11, Councillor Cuddle.
Against.
12, Councillor Stoddard.
Against the motion.
13, Councillor Lovelace.
Voting no.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting no on the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
Against.
16, Deputy Mayor Oathead.
Voting no.
Mayor Savage.
No.
1, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Voting against the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
Against.
4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting against.
5, Councillor Austin.
Against.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting against the motion.
And 7, Councillor Mason.
Against the motion.
Thank you.
That motion is defeated. That will not be an amendment. Councillor Mason, did you, I don't see anybody else. I know Councillor Cleary had proposed an amendment. Did you want to speak to that?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. It appears Councillor Cleary's technical problems have caught up with him again, so I will move his amendment he shared with us. that Halifax Regional Council, in accordance with the correspondence received from Executive Director of Public Housing and Infrastructure in the Department of Municipal Affairs and Housing, dated September 29th, 2021, amend the property to the west of Romans Avenue, PID 000850019, part of the property of East Federal Avenue, PID 00085035, and the property to the east of Micmac Street, PID 001111039, to higher order residential HR1 with a maximum height of 14 meters. Amend the property south of Chisholm Avenue, PID 001111021, part of the property to the west of Romans Avenue towards Bears Road, PID 00085019, and part of the property east of Federal Avenue towards Bears Lake, PID 00085035, to higher order residential 1 HR1 with a maximum height of 26 meters. 3, amend the central property bound by Romans Avenue and Federal Avenue, PID 00085027, to higher order residential HR2 with a maximum height of 38 meters. And finally, 4, amend the Chisholm Avenue property, PID 0111047, to higher order residential 2 HR2 with a maximum height of 38 meters. I so move.
Second.
Second by Councillor Austin. Councillor Mason, are you able to speak to those?
Yeah, I am, super briefly, because Councillor Smith and Councillor Austin already basically explained this is exactly the same, except in one key regard. This is property with public housing on it that is managed by the province through Housing Nova Scotia Metro Housing Authority. The difference here is we have a great deal of control to make sure these aren't just sold out and developed privately, because while they control the buildings right now under the service swap, the land under them still belongs to the municipality. Almost all of the public housing in the old city of Halifax and Dartmouth still belongs to the municipality. So this couldn't be sold private and developed without concurrence from HRM. So I'm comfortable moving this forward as proposed by the province, knowing that there will be further public consultation and it will be protected as public housing. I ask for council support. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Is there any discussion on the amendment? Are we ready for the question on the amendment?
Question.
Ian?
Beginning with District 10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
11, Councillor Cuttle.
For the motion.
12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion.
13, Councillor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the amendment.
15, Councillor Russell.
In favor.
16, Deputy Mayor Outhet.
Voting yes.
Mayor Savage.
Yes.
1, Councillor De Lugano.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting in favor.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor.
7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith.
For.
9, Councillor Cleary. Thank you, Mayor Savage. That has passed.
Thank you very much. Councillor Russell.
Thank you very much. A developer out here in Sackville has approached me about another property that he's developing in downtown Halifax on Gottingen Street. And the parameters of what he's looking to develop fit very well within Package A and early edits of Package B, but it changed in the later edits of Package B. And I'm just, I apologize for not having attended all of the committee meetings that led up to this point. But I'm just wondering what the reason for that change was. And what the change was in Package A, the tower portion of an apartment is the portion of an apartment that is above the street wall and exceeds a height of 26 meters above grade. In the and that made it into the early version of Package B, and the current version of Package B has the portion of the high-rise building that within the downtown Halifax zone it exceeds a height of 33.5 meters above the average grade, where in all other zones is located above the height of the street wall. And I'm just wondering why that change.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Russell, and to the mayor, back to you and council. First, I can clarify that it's actually an unintended change. Under package A, the approach that is now clarified with package B is what was actually intended in package A. And for councillors who weren't involved in that process, there was a lot of discussion during package A about urban design, and a lot of those policies have been put in place. And decision at a key policy decision was to support mid-rise building that could be wide, or a high-rise building that would be more slender, and that has to do with about impacts of shadow and wind on neighboring properties. That essentially a wide but lower building mitigates impacts in one way, but a tall and slender building mitigates impacts in another way. And that putting the two together, you kind of reduce the benefits it compromises the approach. So in package A, that was the intent, but it wasn't actually carried out, implemented in the text of the land use bylaw. Clearly, it was worded in a way that you could read it, that it would allow for a wedding cake style. And we only learned that actually late in the package B process, because we just didn't have enough tower proposals proposed until we got to that permitting stage. We realized that was an oversight. It was an unintended loophole. We think of it in the package A documents. So the package B is the update to the definitions and the regulations, intentionally closes that what we consider a loophole, an unintended error in a drafting of the land use bylaw. And unfortunately, it seems that this particular developer or architect were looking to use that wording to do a mid-rise and then tall rise on top of it, but weren't advanced enough in their permitting process to be grandfathered in.
And that does sound like this developer's situation, where he hadn't moved forward enough in the process, and that makes sense. And so, yes, he had developed, as you phrased it, a wedding style cake. I think that's a great description. Speaking of weddings, but I'm curious why it is allowed in the downtown Halifax zone, if it is not in another zone. He was looking to develop a wider base, a medium structure, and then a tower on top of it that is far more narrow. And this does prevent that from happening. So again, why is it allowed in the downtown Halifax zone?
Yeah, thanks. That's a good question, Councillor Russell. Again, through the mayor, back to you and council. I guess the difference with downtown Halifax and the rest of the center plan area is that downtown Halifax, their design controls were based on a very detailed study in the early 2000s, or under the HRM by design process, where some of the not just the style of building, but also the width of the buildings, the floor plates of the building can be larger downtown, partially to accommodate office buildings that require larger floor plates. And also the fact that downtown Halifax, one of their main constraints is the view planes and rampart view planes from the Citadel. So there's a very deep little heights and built form framework specific to downtown Halifax, and that's why there's a different rules for downtown Halifax that are carried forward with package B, whereas for under package A and looking at the centers and corridors and also downtown Dartmouth, that a different type of thinking was applied, given that heights aren't so much as a concern. It's more about floor area ratio, and that buildings aren't constrained by the view planes and view corridors from Citadel Hill. That's a little bit of a summary, but there's a detailed study behind it as well.
Yeah, I'd be interested in seeing that study, but at this point, just to put it on the floor for consideration, I would move that the CEN1 and CEN, I guess move an amendment, and I don't have the amendment phrased. I apologize for that. That CEN1 and CEN2 be included in the definition of the tower portion, so that the tower portion for them is also allowed in the same way that it is downtown Halifax. And I could work on the phrasing of that motion, should it be seconded. I'm seeing people shaking their head.
I don't see any seconder.
Okay,
Unless that's
thank you.
Mancini waving his hand. Oh, sorry, shining his head. Okay, that's not.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Seeing no other, sorry, I do see another speaker. I see Councillor Smith, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And just on that last piece again, this is in the district. I think the best way for us to approach this one would be the potential of the supplementary report after the public hearing, because there might be some other properties that this affects, but at the same time, when we're putting it on all of Sen, it could cause impacts that we're not aware of. So I definitely think with the proposal, and I've had actually discussion with the developer recently about this proposal, so I think we should look at it, but we probably need further staff analysis if we're going to put it through all of the centers and whatnot. So I'd support if after the public hearing to add that so we can get something going for sure.
Okay, thank you. So we're ready for the question on the main motion as amended.
Question.
Beginning with District 11, Councillor Cuttle.
In favor.
12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion.
13, Councillor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
In favor.
16, Deputy Mayor Uptit.
Voting yes.
Mayor Savage.
Yes.
1, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby. 3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting in favor.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor.
7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith.
4.
9, Councillor Cleary. 10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm seeing a note from Councillor Hensby that is Councillor Hensby with us? I'm seeing a note that he's locked out, frozen out.
We are working with Councillor Hensby to get him back into the meeting.
Okay. All right. Pretty soon that won't be an issue. I'm very hopeful. Be frozen out, but in person. Okay, colleagues, so that is the a big
I'm
piece
back.
of work done. Okay. Councillor Hensby, did you wish to cast a vote on the amended 15.1.4 package B?
Councillor Hensby, that is on the main motion as amended.
Wasn't back very long. Okay, we'll continue to work with Councillor Hensby.
Oh, I'm back affirmative on that vote.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. So folks, Ben Sivak, I want to thank you and everybody in the planning department. Show us your face again, Ben, just for a sec. There's been lots of people that, may have issues with it, but that's a lot of work and we're ready to go public with it. So thank you, Ben, and to the team who've done all the work. Thanks very much. Thanks to Eric and everybody. Okay, guys, we're going to go to 15.1.5, which is Regional Municipal Planning Strategy West Chesapeake. That can only be Councillor Hensby. I'm glad you're back.
Thank you, sir. Motion that Halifax Regional Council direct the Chief Administrative Officer to initiate amendments to the applicable secondary municipal planning documents, including the Regional Municipal Planning Strategy and land use bylaws, to allow the development of a shared housing use and multiple unit residential building that exceeds current density requirements for PID 403-02507 along Highway 207 in West Chesapeake, and to adopt the public participation program as outlined in the community engagement section of the staff report dated September 27, 2021. So duly moved.
Seconded, Lovelace.
Seconded by Councillor Lovelace. Councillor Hensby.
Thank you very much. This is a part of the project we approved with the Rapid Housing Initiative Phase 2 for the Soul Harbor Missions project. So request council's consideration and support for this, please, and thank you.
Thank you. I think the only people in the chat were on the last issue. Is there anybody on this? All right, let's we'll go ready for the question.
Question.
Beginning with District 11, Councillor Tuttle.
In favor.
12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion.
13, Councillor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
In favor?
16, Deputy Mayor Oathead.
Voting yes.
Mayor Savage.
Yes, indeed.
1, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting in favor.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Sorry, yes, voting in favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith. 4. 9, Councillor Cleary. And 10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
Thank you.
Thank you. That carries. And we wish Souls Harbor the very best with that part of the rapid housing. 15.16, colleagues, this is incentive bonus zoning, 1470 Queen Street. Councillor Mason.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that Halifax Regional Council adopt and authorize the mayor and clerk to enter into and execute the incentive or bonus zoning agreement, which shall be substantially of the same form as set out in attachment B of the staff report dated September 24th, 2021 for an 8-story mixed-use building on the lands of 1470 Queen Street, Halifax, PID 000774461. I so move.
Second.
Second by Councillor Blackburn. Councillor Mason, anything on it?
Not really. I mean, this is just to remind council, this is in the downtown zone where the density bonusing dollar value is substantially lower. And I mean like 1/20th, 1/30th of what it is in the center plan area, because when the downtown plan was adopted in 2009, people were worried that the density bonusing might kill building and development. And so they made it very, very, very low. So the amount of money that's on the table is not as significant as it could be in other places. And secondly, the downtown plan doesn't have an affordable housing requirement, and historically it just hasn't happened down there because the dollar value is so low that it's just impossible to get to a threshold that it's going to be useful. This, however, is something that will benefit folks who live in the neighborhood and move us toward the kind of downtown we want to see. So I'd ask for council support. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Ready for the question, colleagues?
Question.
Beginning with District 11, Councillor Tuttle.
Wow, third time in a row going first here. In favor.
12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion.
13, Councillor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
In favor.
16, Deputy Mayor Oathead.
Voting yes.
Mayor Savage.
Yes.
1, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting in favor.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith. 4. 10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Mason. Colleagues, Community Planning and Economic Development Standing Committee has brought us councillor appointment, which was approved by consent. Congratulate Councillor Hensby, another great commendation for Councillor Hensby and on the Heritage Advisory Committee. So that's passed by consent. 15.3 Grants Committee, proposed amendments, tax relief for not-for-profit organizations, program schedules and policy. I believe Councillor Daigle Gammon will lead us there as Chair of Grants.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. This is a long one, so it's the time that you get to sip your tea. I would move that Halifax Regional Council, 1, approve the addition of 12 properties to Administrative Order 2014-001-ADM as detailed in Table 1 and the discussion section of the attached staff recommendation report dated July 22nd, 2021, Attachment A, at an estimated combined cost of $126,240 from operating account M311-8006. 2, approve a grant equivalent to the award previously received under the tax relief program to the Association of Special Needs Recreation, 82 Cobblestone Lane, Musquodoboit Harbor, and the Sackville, Nova Scotia Lions Club, 101 Beaverbank Road, Lower Sackville, at an estimated combined cost of $14,417 from operating account M311-8006. 3, approve a grant of $1,186 to the North End Community Health Association. Oh, I just lost my eyes. $2,295 to the Mi'kmaq Native Friendship Society and $1,287 to ADSOM Women and Children from operating account M311-8006. 4, approve the removal of City of Halifax nonprofit housing 2415 Brunswick Street, 2461-2463 Brunswick Street, and 2519-2523 Brunswick Street, Halifax, and the Dartmouth Nonprofit Housing Society, 53 Octoloni Street, Dartmouth, and add these same properties to Schedule 30. 5, approve removal of Tawak Housing Association, 6174 Lady Hammond Road, Halifax, from Schedule 29 and add this same property to Schedule 30. 6, approve removal of Affirmative Ventures Association, 66 Lane Crest Drive, Dartmouth, and the Elizabeth Fry Society of Mainland Nova Scotia, 1 Tulip Street, Dartmouth, from Schedule 30 and add these same properties to Schedule 27. 7, approve the removal of Halifax Haven Guest Home, 5897 English Street, Halifax, from Schedule 30 and add this same property to Schedule 28. 8, approve the removal of the Canadian Cancer Society, 5826 South Street, Halifax, from Schedule 29 and add this same property to Schedule 28. And 9, adopt the amendments of Administrative Order 2014-001-ADM as set out in Attachment 2 of the attached staff report dated July 22nd, 2021, Attachment A, including adopting Attachments A through E attached to Attachment 2 of the attached staff report dated July 22nd, 2021, Attachment A, to repeal and replace Schedules 26, 27, 28, 29, and 30 of the administrative order. I so move.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Blackburn. Councillor Daigle Gammon, anything to it?
I'm really hoping PJ Temple is here because she's going to answer most of our questions. But it makes me think about earlier when we were talking about the economic strategy for 5 years and thinking about the contribution of all of these nonprofit agencies. I don't have the Halifax stats, but I remembered thinking that in Nova Scotia, the last stats that were done said that nonprofit agencies contributed $1.7 billion to the GDP in Nova Scotia, employ over 2,000 employees, and then the volunteer hours, they did it equated dollar value to about 1.7 billion. So the sustainability of nonprofits, this program is essential to their sustainability. So I know how important it is to them. I know how much work PJ and the team did on this project. So I look forward to the conversation and some of the questions from fellow colleagues.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Austin on this.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just have one question for staff. Just trying to find my report here, which window ever I have it open in. So it talks about the change in the renewal process and about written notices no longer being sent. And I'm just wondering if PJ or someone is available to explain what exactly that's going to look like in terms of notification to folks.
Ms. Temple, how are you?
Savage. PJ Temple here. Through you, Mayor Savage, to Councillor Austin. Basically, the current renewal form deadline is March 31st, after which there's a 3-month grace period, which takes us out to June 30th, after which prorating begins. So a prorated deduction, which is basically a day deducted for every day late, starts July 1st. What staff have been doing in that 3-month grace period, sending reminder notices, and then our last recourse is a registered letter. The purpose of sending a registered letter is to confirm receipt so that we can confirm this was delivered, or as you can see from the report, those that were uncollected by the recipient and returned to us. So basically, this change would remove the reminder letters, and instead we would send the registered letter. And that the intent there is to send the registered letters earlier and advise all groups who are perhaps unsure. We want to give them as much notification as we can. It's to try and reduce the administrative responsibility from staff and to have the groups themselves self-manage. Now, one of the changes that council approved last year is, my sense is that renewal form and that wording gave participants in the program the impression that they were applying to be kept in the program. In fact, they're in multi-year unless there's cause to remove them. So we have replaced the past renewal form, which also required they submit financial statements, with a 1-page form. That's called a confirmation form. And on that is the notification, if approved today by council, to alert all participants that effective July 1st, there would be a prorated deduction. That confirmation form is very easy to fill out. It's simple yes or no questions. And really what we're doing there is just confirming, are you still registered? Do you intend to sell? Has there been any change in tenancy? Simple questions. And that form will be sent this year along with their tax bill. So that would go out at the end of October. So there's literally months for groups to fill out the form and return it to us. They can do so by email. It's just a 1-page. That should save them time. So an administrative efficiency for them and ourselves. It's actually to make it simpler.
Yes, and thank you. I appreciate that. So they will still get that front end piece. And then once the prorating they'll get that. They're just not getting their reminder in the middle.
That's right. Yep.
Okay. Just as a suggestion, as you identify as staff, well, who hasn't actually completed their process, if you just send a list over to council, we would solve the laggards pretty quick, in my experience, because most councillors have ties into their various community groups in their district. I know there have been once or twice where I've seen groups on the list to be cut in my district, and I've reached out to them individually and said, what the heck's going on? Why are you on the list to lose your status here, right? And the challenge, of course, for groups is some groups have an executive director and they're well established and they've got, rigorous processes of their own. They've got that kind of capacity, but that's not true of every group out there. But I think what you've got, to me, sounds reasonable. The only plug I'd have is just, you use your counselor resources here. I think we would solve a good chunk of your problems for the odd time that someone doesn't actually comply. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Austin. Councillor Hensby.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And first of all, I want to echo Councillor Austin's comments about the use of councillors in regards to if an organization is about to lose their tax exemption, please notify us, as we can get on our own back channels to get these organizations back in the queue. I think it's important for us to know what the status of our community organizations are in regards to saving their tax exemption, because a lot of these groups, organizations can't afford to pay the property taxes, especially with the last year and a half, 2 years of COVID. A lot of their activity has been stymied in regards to fundraising capacity. So please utilize us. In fact, just yesterday when I was reviewing the report, I called up, of the 9 organizations, 5 of them from my district, and 3 of them, the registered letters were returned. So I called them all up and asking what's going on, and they weren't even aware that the registered letters were sent out. And when one person did go seek the letters, Canada Post already sent them back to Halifax, not knowing what they were for. So, and another organization, that for instance, the Cheat Harbor Chamber of Commerce, want to know what address was it delivered to, because they have no knowledge of a registered letter being sent, but someone received it, because it says it doesn't say it's been returned. So, if I was talking to PJ yesterday about this, and I was asking perhaps if I can get a note back in regards to what addresses those letters were sent to, as to clarify with these organizations, is that the valid contact address for these organizations for that purpose. Also, pointed out to PJ, there was a spelling error, an incorrect name error in the report for Canap Athletic Club. It is not Greenboro Drive, but it's Greeno Drive, named after Jack Greeno, our first deputy mayor of Halifax Regional Municipality. In fact, he was one of the property developers, along with my uncle, Lockie Horton, for this particular development in this particular area of West Porters Lake. So I just want to make sure the spelling correction is noted in regards to Greeno Drive, not Greenboro Drive. And my other question to staff was, if we were to provide forgiveness for those 9 organizations that did not comply with today's reporting, what cost might that be? Because I see we have sufficient funds still in the program for this, and I believe that if we had anticipated they all would have registered, there would be no impact on the budget, because it would have already been accounted for. But so our surplus in the budget now is because these organizations have not got their filing papers in, and so right now we have a surplus budget of $278,000 plus in there. And I'd like to know in regards to how much is outstanding for these 9 organizations, and could we grant them forgiveness?
Through you, Mayor Savage, to Councillor Hensby. I don't have the exact amount of what their deduction would be. They are in the budget, in the financial implications. They are currently in the budget as receiving the full value of their grant. Now, for councillors and the public who might not be aware, the policy for prorating has 2 thresholds. So there is a maximum deduction. They don't lose their entire grant. So a maximum of $2,500 would be deducted for those not received by September 28th. After that, the maximum threshold is $5,000. I would also say that the balance remaining in this year's budget, there is a footnote attached to that. There are 2 proposed additions, the Wanderers Lawn Bowls and the St. Mary's Lawn Bowls. At the time this report was written, we didn't have the assessed value, and therefore we're unable to calculate the tax grant for those 2 applicants. I do anticipate those will be quite high. They're urban lands, one of which, St. Mary's, is by waterfront, so I expect those to be high value. My concern would be procedurally in terms of, if we suspend for this year, what do we do for next year? What have we done in the past for other groups in a similar situation? So while staff can be sympathetic to smaller groups who may be entirely volunteer, there's board changeover and so forth, if you look at the complete composition, there are many who have returned those forms with similar circumstances. So that would have to be a motion of council, I think, to suspend policy.
Well, maybe I suggested maybe a $500 penalty for those who are not following procedures and stuff, because as it stands now, going up to $2,500 to $5,000 is quite an enormous undertaking for some of these organizations. As I stated earlier, COVID has canceled a lot of their programming and fundraising capacity. You know, like I said, I'd like to know why these letters were returned. I'm trying to find that out from my organizations, but I would suggest we may want to look at doing some forgiveness for most of it, and perhaps just apply a $500 penalty for late filing.
With respect, through you, Mayor Savage, to council, that would be an amendment to the administrative order.
Could I ask for
if that's to be a permanent change, go forward?
Perhaps I can ask for a supplementary report on this particular matter in regards to having some reevaluation of the penalty clauses in this. You know, I want to make sure the organizations are trying to do their utmost to be current as possible, but to penalize them to the amount of up to $2,500 or $5,000 is quite an undertaking for some of these organizations. So I think that there should be, there should be some forgiveness, but there should also be a penalty, and I think a $500 penalty is more than fair.
So
I would second that.
Go ahead, PJ.
I have no comment. Thank you.
So Councillor Hinsby, are you proposing a motion for a supplemental report?
Supplementary staff report on the matter of reevaluating the penalties for non-compliance of filing of the papers. And
I would second that, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Lovelace seconds Councillor Hinsby's request for a supplemental report on the penalties, correct?
And perhaps instead a nominal charge instead of a prorated tax penalty.
Okay, so there's a motion on the floor for a supplemental staff report, seconded by Councillor Lovelace. Is there discussion on that? Councillor Austin on that?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wonder if we could go back to PJ, because if memory serves, we had amended this within the last 4 years, where we moved I can't remember the exact ins and outs of it, but I remember we prorated and we tried to take the inequity that was in the system out, which was that if you were prorated and had a very low value property, you paid a very tiny fee. Whereas if you were prorated and had a very valuable property, it was quite significant. So I'm wondering if PJ can just speak to the work that was already done, so that we can consider whether we want to go down this route. Thank you.
Through you, Mayor Savage, Councillor Austin is correct. Before the administrative order was amended, it used to be that staff would come forward and recommend the removal of the groups. Almost without fail, that failed to be supported because that penalty was seen to be too severe and there wasn't sufficient lead-up time for these groups to make any gesture towards compliance. So in preference to that, we moved towards a prorated reduction, and in some aspects, one could say it is incentivizing. It says the sooner you get your reporting in, the lower your penalty will be. And to Councillor Austin's point, as I recall, there was a group in Dartmouth who was on Lake Banook, and by virtue of an urban location, a lakefront property, the tax is very high. So to equalize it across the region so that high value properties didn't pay a higher penalty, that's where we put in these maximum 2,500 and then later submissions 5,000. So that's the origin. You're correct. They are relatively recent changes, and they were intended to address A, providing an incentive for compliance, and B, at the same time, trying to manage the value of that penalty. So as I understand Councillor Hensby's suggestion at this point, correct me if I'm wrong, Councillor Hensby, I think you're asking that rather than a daily penalty, that you're asking staff to look at a flat rate penalty across the board.
It could be an option, yes.
Okay.
So I guess where I'm at, one more question, PJ, and I think I think I already know the answer. There's nobody in the current report that we're recommending removing because they haven't complied with their paperwork.
No, not at all. These groups remain in the program. This is not about removing people from the program. You are in the program multi-year, unless there is just cause to remove you. So just cause could be sale or the expiry of a lease or persistent non-reporting. But certainly the goal isn't to remove someone from the program who's a few months overdue.
So with nobody currently offside, I would suggest that what we're looking at here, colleagues, is a solution in search of a problem. I like the pro rating makes sense because that does include the incentive to then actually comply. If you miss the deadline and then you're $500, well, isn't that just the cost of then sitting on it? I think what we have is fine, considering we have no one offside and the incentive is in the right place on the pro rating. Thank you.
Councillor Cleary on the request for a supplemental.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was going to say pretty much exactly what Councillor Austin said, so I no longer need to speak. Thank you, Sam.
Thank you, Councillor Daigle-Gammon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm very close to Sam and Sean as well on the comment, but the other question I have, maybe PJ, is if an organization can demonstrate that the registered letter went to an address that was not theirs, if they can demonstrate that they didn't get it, would they then not be liable to any kind of a penalty if that can be demonstrated?
Through you, Mayor Savage, to council, I think that not unreasonable. I think the onus certainly is on the group to make sure we're provided with the accurate address. And again, your confirmation form is an opportunity to do so, or by email at any point through the year. Having said that, I would think that not unreasonable. And we do have documentation when these letters come back to us. We do retain them on file. And you can see that documentation in today's report too.
Yes. Thank you.
Okay, so we do have a motion on the floor of Councillor Hensby. Ready for the question on the proposed request for a supplemental.
Any questions?
I don't think that's enough eggs.
I think it calls for.
I think Councillor Mason's off mute.
Ian, ready for the question on the proposed supplemental?
Beginning with District 12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor?
13, Councillor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting no on the motion?
15, Councillor Russell.
Against?
16, Deputy Mayor Otit.
Voting no.
17, Mayor Savage.
Opposed.
1, Councillor Daigle-Gammon.
Voting against the motion?
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting against.
5, Councillor Austin.
Against.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting against.
7, Councillor Mason.
Against.
8, Councillor Smith.
Okay.
9, Councillor Cleary.
No.
10, Councillor Morse.
Voting against.
And 11, Councillor Cuddle.
Nope.
Mayor Savage, that vote has failed.
Vote has failed. Okay. Thank you, Councillor Hensby. Councillor Lovelace, I believe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate all the work that's gone into this, and thank you, Councillor Daigle-Gammon, for pulling one for the team and reading that huge motion. I just really have a question for staff in regards to, well, two things. One is when an organization is pulled off the list, is there, if you could just sort of give us an update as far as how they actually get back on the list. And specifically, I'm referring to Esterbrook's Community Hall. Just want to echo some of the comments that have been made already in regards to, volunteer turnover, volunteer burnout, groups that really in the past 19 months have shrunk considerably. They've shrunk in both, person power as well as financial opportunities. Our nonprofit groups are really struggling right now. And I'm interested to find out how it is that when groups are pulled off the list, they can get back on. And is it just a kind of a renewal process? And I think you've already addressed the question in regards to, if there was no intention, there was no intentional action of not responding to the letter and filling the form out because maybe they didn't receive the registered mail, they didn't receive the information. I mean, I've been involved in organizations where folks just basically hand off a little file folder and envelope and say, this is your puppy now. You can go run with it. And there's no address changes to joint stocks. Joint stocks, is not updated. Groups are really struggling with trying to figure out what are we supposed to do to continue to maintain, our level of business as well as our profile and all of our documentation as required by HRM. So, I think removing that point of contact in the middle is concerning because, I don't think anybody's, intentionally saying no to receiving tax relief. I think it really is that bigger issue around turnover and volunteer burnout and staff burnout. Thank you.
Through you, Mayor Savage, if I understand the first question correctly, what would be the procedure for somebody who's removed from the program? They would simply reapply to the program. There would be probably a simplified reapplication because we would already have their deed, a copy of any applicable lease agreements, the last financial statement filed. So I think that would be a pretty straightforward reapplication. We have had very few of those. You'll see in this year's report, we had to remove 2 groups, Special Needs Recreation and the Lions Club, due to an expired lease, which has been prolonged, but in fairness to those groups, not of their doing. Okay, the delay and the complications are with us. So as an interim, we're providing them with a grant. Those groups would not have to reapply because they've been in the program. We have the background files in our records. So with those groups, just as we did this year with the South End Daycare, we would reinstate them in the program. And then once reinstated in the program, they would get their tax bill and their confirmation form in October. So pretty straightforward for a reinstatement. Okay?
Great, thank you.
The second question around the intent of not responding. We've all served with charities and nonprofit groups. I do understand around the turnover. And as I commented at the grants committee meeting, and I confess to a bias, my background is in education, but I think if any program needed a guide for participants in the program, this would be it. Yes. Taxation is extremely complicated.
Yes.
Going forward, if we have the staff resources, maybe an annual workshop for those who are interested in applying, for those who are in the program as organizations, but maybe I'm the new treasurer or the new president, getting really further out, perhaps a couple of years out, maybe some video self-directed learning online. Taxation isn't something that comes naturally to many of us, and there is that need to refresh or renew. So perhaps going forward, there are simple things groups could do to embed this responsibility in roles for their members of board, the president, the treasurer, for example. It can be incorporated in job descriptions for paid staff. And maybe if you meet once a month as a board, February's meeting has as a standing item, tax relief or registration renewal. Those are not guarantees, but again, these are small ways. There's just too many of these groups in this program for us to be able to manage on their behalf. So I think perhaps some more self-guided tools in the long term would be helpful.
Oh, thank you. I love the idea of a guide. I think that's a wonderful. They can share that and discuss it at board meetings. Thank you so much, PJ.
And not just for groups, if I could add, but also for members of staff. If you are discussing with the group a lease agreement or a potential purchase of a property, this is another tool that you could give to them, and they can read, and that enables them to ask us questions.
That's great. Thank you.
Thank you, PJ. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Hensby.
Thank you much, Mr. Mayor. Well, I'm in a predicament here where my 5 organizations, for instance, the Canap Athletic Boat Club is on municipal property. McDonald House Association is on provincial parkland property. If people are not familiar, that's the building on the cliff or before you get to Lawrencetown Beach. Arenda Canoe Club is on municipal property. Sheet Harbor Area Chamber of Commerce is the McPhee House, which is municipal property, which they're operating as a local museum and community visitor information center. And the Sheet Harbor Rockets Association is the Ball Field Clubhouse on First Lands Nation property. All these properties are already tax exempt by their nature. You know, the only reason why they get the tax bill is they've got a structure and they're operating their activities, structure on these properties. So, you know, I don't think it's great harm to you know, I'm trying to find out why the papers weren't filed. I'm trying to minimize their impact as much as possible, but by nature of the property they're on, they're tax exempt anyway. But we're still going to be taxing them a bill anyway. So I'm a little bewildered in this particular situation here. And see, they don't own the property. We do in most cases, or the Crown does in some fashion, or First Nations in another particular case. You know, the tax bill, you know, I don't know. I'm just bewildered and befuddled here in regards to, should I just ask for total forgiveness to these folks, or just I'm trying to get the paperwork in. I don't even know what the impact right now of the tax bill is. I did ask for that information in an email in regards to what is the current status of their bills as of yesterday in regards to this particular matter. So, and I want to reiterate what Councillor Austin said earlier, is please utilize the local councillors in regards to, once a confirmation form has not been received by a certain date, we can reach out to these organizations and get them rolling to make sure they get the paperwork in order. So I'm looking for some direction and help in regards to these organizations. You know, I'm trying to get the paperwork in, but in regards to the cost, like I said, it's very disappointing. I guess again, we're going to pass my tax bill for tax exemption property. So,
If I may, yes, if I may, Councillor Hensby, I think what we can do, the best thing we could do is perhaps send as soon as we can, at the latest by early next week, an email to the council support office. I'll send it to the manager. That can be distributed to councillors. And should there be somebody in your district that you wish to notify, from a staff perspective, we would never presume that this is part of your job or an obligation. So by sending the list to the council support office, all of you would have access to that, and there's choices to be made at your discretion. Certainly, I see no issue with sending an advisory email again to the manager of the council support office as quickly as we can with the list. If that's of any assistance to you, we'd be happy to oblige. And I will send forward what information we have on each of these listed in this year's report for sure.
And just let everyone know, I don't know if you had a chance to see it, but the Sheet Harbor Chamber of Commerce did send correspondence in today in regards to this matter. It's been added as a new correspondence in the council package. So I don't know if you had a chance to read it, but they're also asking for forgiveness as well. So I'm just looking for direction in regards to these particular situations. Is that, can I put a motion asking for forgiveness for those particular 5 organizations because they are on provincial, municipal, and First Nations properties?
Would you like me to respond, Ms. Savage, or the solicitor?
I think either one of you, I would welcome the help from.
Well, I'll go first, but that's not rank order.
Might be.
I would ask for your consideration too that, yes, we do own these lands, and under the Assessment Act, they are exempt when owned and occupied by the municipality for the delivery of a municipal service. Once you lease or license a portion of public property, this applies to federal and provincial governments too, then that portion becomes taxable. My concern is there may be a perception of preferential consideration if the municipality is seen to be granting some kind of consideration to itself, not afforded others. But I think it's certainly within council's authority to put a motion forward should you wish to do so.
Well, three of these five organizations provide recreational programming for our communities. The other two are economic tourism, opportunities for economic development and local tourism. So that's, you know, they are municipal mandated responsibilities. I guess you say the word. They are community partners.
John Traves on this.
Mr. Mayor, through the council, given Ms. Temple's response, I would suggest at most you would seek a staff report to ensure that you know the consequences of doing this, should you want to pursue it further.
All right, then I'll ask for a supplementary staff report in regards to the what it costs for these non-organizations to have tax forgiveness.
I'll second that, Mancini.
So this is a request for a supplemental staff report on these specific five organizations that Councilor Hensby?
I'll put all 9 on there. Five of the 9 are mine. I'm also give the benefit to the other 4 as well.
Okay. So it's a request for a staff report.
Please and thank you.
Okay. Anybody else on this? Ready for the question on the proposed, on the amendments?
It's a supplementary, not an amendment.
Supplementary report, an amendment for a supplementary report.
Okay.
Speaking to the supplementary report motion, beginning with District 13, Councillor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the amendment.
15, Councillor Russell.
In favor.
16, Deputy Mayor Outhitt.
Yes.
Mayor Savage.
Yes.
1, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
In favor.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
In favor.
7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith.
For.
9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
11, Councillor Cuddle.
In favor.
And 12, Councillor Stoddard.
Favor.
Thank you.
Okay, that amendment passes and is now a request, sorry, that's a request for a supplemental report. Is there anybody else to speak on the main motion? We'll go to Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess just to close, to say thank you to PJ and the team for such an exhaustive report. It is an awful lot of work. And just from personal experience, I can say all of those things around nonprofits, making sure that they get their application in for the nonprofit tax. Even when, in our experience, when we were doing DASC and getting the land from the very beginning, PJ's department was the land, but make sure that you get in on the nonprofit tax exemption program as well. So the kind of proactive approach that happens with the staff team there, I think is a really, really great initiative. There's been phone calls to nonprofits I know over the years that have saved them to make sure that they get in it. Absolutely. And And there is a responsibility on the nonprofit sector. I know that as an executive director that was leaving, in the top 5 things for the new ED, number 1 was make sure you get the tax relief application in, because it is significant to the sustainability of DASC. And so there's a lot of things that can happen, and there's a lot of partnerships that can happen. So even in terms of building a guide, I think that the grants committee would be very, very happy to contribute to how a guide could be done to support the nonprofit sector. And there are a lot of other support mechanisms out there with the Community Sector Council of Nova Scotia, the United Way. So there's a lot of partners that can come in. And I completely agree that as councillors, we can be a primary partner to make sure that our nonprofits have all of the resources available to them and all the supports that we can. Thank you.
Thank you. Ready for the question, colleagues?
Mr. Mayor, can you ask PJ the question I put in the chat room for a commercial opportunity for our program?
When is the deadline to apply for new organizations to submit, PJ?
For next year's program, which is April 1st, 2022 fiscal year, that deadline is November 30th. The application
Confirmed.
form is online and the advert has been posted.
Thank you. Ready for the question, colleagues? As amended.
Question.
Beginning with District 14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
In favor.
16, Deputy Mayor Oathead.
Voting yes.
Mayor Savage.
Yes.
1, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting in favor.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith.
4.
9, Councillor Clary.
Yes.
10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
11, Councillor Cuttle.
In favor.
12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion.
And 13, Councillor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
Thank you.
That carries. Thank you, colleagues. The next 2 items have been passed on consent coming out of Heritage Advisory. 1541-5492 English Street and 1542-1262 Bedford Highway, both into the Registry of Heritage Property. That takes us to 16.1 motions. Councillor Cuttle.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that Halifax Regional Council request a staff report into possible amendments to bylaw C-501, the vending on municipal lands bylaw, the purpose of which is to review the process for an artisan applying for a license with the ability to create multi-year terms, create a process for vendors to request site sharing after the site license has been issued, create a category and scoring system for artisans so that multiple of the same types of products are not being sold in close proximity to each other, and gives preference to those returning from the previous year in good standing, designate 1 or 2 social impact tables, which will be offered at a discounted rate to not-for-profit groups in support of entrepreneurial development and social enterprise programs for youth and underrepresented groups. Review the option for revocation of a license and reallocation of space in the event the license does not use the space. And 6, review alternative options for the administration of vendor licenses.
Seconded, Councillor Lovelace.
Seconded by Councillor Lovelace. Councillor Cuttle.
Thank you. I realize this is a very long and detailed motion. Part of this comes from some dialogue with Councillor Mason over the vending licenses that HRM provides to people on the waterfront, of which I have a constituent who uses that service. It came to my attention last year that that people wanting those vendor licenses have been lining up for up to 36 hours inside Scotia Square to try to get those licenses, and that this has not been updated for a long time. Last year, due to COVID, a change was made where people could call in. As with most call-in services, it's kind of a first come, first serve, system, which doesn't necessarily take into account people who have been in good faith and good standing operating kiosks on the waterfront for a long time. This license program is actually administered through finance, and some of the pieces that I'm bringing forward are about how you grant licenses for something like vending on the waterfront that creates not just a kind of fair and equitable way of giving out those licenses, particularly for people whose businesses depend on them, but also looking at how you make that a success. So I've kind of brought forward some very specific ideas that I would like to see considered, including looking at who should be administering these vendor licenses. Like, is finance the right department to be doing this? Often when you look at creating kind of a vendor's market, there's a curation to the process, some objectives and some goals, and it's not just a first come first served basis where you might end up with 14 people selling keychains or something. So I just wanted to. I didn't think that this needed a motion, but I guess it does need a motion. So here I am.
All right.
For your support.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I mean, my own sort of beef with the vending bylaw, having had to make motions twice in the past for specific locations, is I wish there was another way to organize things so that we didn't have to micromanage it so much as on the council end of it, in terms of, well, what's a designated site and what's not. But we've been to the mat with legal on that. The last time vending came up, and I gather we're kind of stuck with the process that we have. The only thing that I'd ask, I'd be interested here, Councillor Cuddle, just expand a little bit more on that. I mean, I'm fine with asking for a staff report on this. The only thing that I'm leery of is the idea of multiple sites selling the same product. And maybe it's just my own disposition, but I really don't like the idea of us saying, well, no, we've got enough painters in this area, or, there's enough keychain sellers here. I mean, I think we make the spots available. People bid for those, they line up, or they virtually call in. If they secure a spot, well, then they've secured a spot. I mean, I don't really think that we should have a role in managing, what the individual sale pieces actually are. So I'd be interested in Councillor Cuddle speaking to that again to close, just to provide a little bit more detail as to what's actually intended. Because otherwise, I mean, I'm tempted to ask to split that and vote on that chunk separately, because the rest of it I'm fine with. Thank you.
Okay. We'll come back to Councillor Cuddle if she wishes to speak to that. Councillor Cleary.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, colleagues, and thank you, Councillor Cuddle, for bringing this forward. So similarly to Councillor Austin, I do have a question around Clause 3. And in terms of creating a category and scoring system for artisans, it would be interesting to see what the criteria would be, and also if it would include some sort of feedback, maybe surveys from the public or the consumers who go to the waterfront and patronize these vendors. Because I would hate for us to be in a position where we're using internal scoring system rather than the value add that they provide to the area. And I'm not sure if giving preference to previous year's vendors is appropriate, because maybe they were crappy vendors. So just because they were there before doesn't mean they should be there again. So I'd like to see if that goes forward, I'd like to see staff look at what kind of criteria, what kind of scoring system, what feedback is involved in that, more of a 360-degree feedback, including customer feedback, because I think that would be important. And it's weird for us to be doing this because the waterfront is very much a tourist destination. And whether we're talking about tourists from other parts of HRM or Nova Scotia or internationally, I would hate to see our staff picking favorites rather than having the market determine. And similar to Councillor Austin around the multiple vendors of the same or similar product, fine. I mean, if 8 t-shirt vendors show up, that's great. Let the market sort it out. I would hate to see us be the arbiters of that. So those. Oh, and the other thing I have in this, I hope Councillor Cuddle, when she comes back, would speak to clause 2. I'm not sure what site sharing is. So if that could be explained a little more. Do you mean like 2 or more vendors sharing one site license and then coming together in that one area, or a vendor going to different sites in different areas? So anyway, if you could speak to that, because I'm not sure what that means. But other than that, I really appreciate, especially clause 4, the idea of giving a discount to social enterprises and nonprofits. If they have a great product, I would love to see them out there, and I'd love to see them doing. I was heartened to see, and I hope colleagues will congratulate MetroWorks, which is now going to be the new cafe provider in our library. And of course, they were started by the city of Halifax, the former city of Halifax, back in the 1980s. And are one of the great nonprofit social enterprises that we have in HRM. So anyway, those are my thoughts, and I hope Councillor Cuddle can speak to those when she comes back. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Mason.
Thank you. Very briefly, I'd like to thank Councillor Cuddle for reaching out to me and including me in the conversation, because it allowed me to have a little bit of input on other issues related to the ones she'd already identified. Biggest one for me is both vendors for the artisanal vendors, the vendors down at the waterfront, and food trucks where they get the spot and then they never use it, right? There's a food truck company that got Point Pleasant Park. There's a food truck company. How many of you have seen a food truck in the last 2 years? Admittedly, it's COVID, in front of City Hall on Argyle Street. Well, I wasn't there before that much either. So what happens is we all get calls, or I get calls because it's downtown, from vendors. For example, on the waterfront, there's a vendor who has the least desirable city location on the landing there by the Maritime Museum, and he has to stay in his spot while the other vendors aren't there in the better spots closer to where the action is, and it just doesn't seem right. So I would love to have some kind of process where either they, that there's a requirement that they actually show up and use the space, so that public space is being set aside for them. If they don't use it, then I'd like to be able to rotate it to somebody who's actually going to be there and meet some kind of time commitment. And so I asked for support for this and the other motions for staff report as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cuddle, did you wish to close?
Yeah, thank you. Just to address some of my colleagues' questions here. I get the point around the vendor mix, but not wanting to be the ones who decide who gets there, who doesn't. The whole thing, though, about creating a vendors market is about creating an experience, and you want it to be a success, not just for the people visiting the waterfront, but also for the vendors who are there. You want them to be successful. Having done this for multiple years, I know the ingredients that make for successful markets. And I think that's at the end of the day what we want to see. So when I think about categories and kind of looking at how you curate a vendor mix, I think that you want to have a mix of local artisans, maybe clothing, maybe, food or jewelry, right? Because if you have 14 jewelry makers, chances are that none of them are going to be successful, and neither is the experience of the people going there. So that's why I even wonder if we should be in this business or if we should hand it off to somebody else who's already curating the waterfront vending scene, which might be, developed Nova Scotia. Because it's not just about handing out the license, it's about making sure it's a success. In terms of previous vendors, some vendors have been down there on the waterfront for 20 years. In fact, it's not just, if I get a license or not, something to do for the summer. It's actually their business. And that's why they would go line up for 36 hours in Scotia Square to secure that license, because that was their livelihood. Right now with the phone-in system, we're not supporting the sustainable development of these are small kind of micro businesses, and this is how they operate. So if we can't provide some kind of security, either through a multi-year, 3-year, 5-year, if that's what they want, type of permit, at least in the scoring system, to say, you know what, these people, they showed up last year, they were here all summer, they're reapplying. Let's help them build their business and make the experience better on the waterfront. I think that's something that deserves some criteria in the selection process. The other piece around, sorry, dog. I think children must be coming home from school.
That's
Site
Paul Russell
sharing.
talking in the background. Paul, what do you want to say?
Thank you, Tony.
The last part is site sharing. Maybe it's somebody at my door. Oh, God, so embarrassing. My guard dog. I'm so sorry. Site sharing. That was actually for Councillor Mason and what he just described, right? About people either not being able to be there every time. So why not allow 2 people to share the table, and the other piece, if people don't show up, being able to fill that spot so someone else can take advantage of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You haven't done virtual council unless your kids or dogs have interrupted at some point. I'll support number 3 based. I hadn't thought of it in terms of categories of products rather than micromanaging individuals. I think, when the report comes back, it would be useful to have staff, because I think what I'm hearing from Councillor Cuddle is it's kind of a more the larger concentration of artisan vendors. So maybe that's Spring Garden Road, maybe that's the waterfront. Over in Dartmouth, there's no curating to be had. We have 2 sites and neither one of them were taken up since we've created them. So, I'm not so much on the Dartmouth side into the curation as, will someone please take one of our spots and add some life to our location there? Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. All right. Councillor Russell.
Thank you very much. Yes, looking at items 2 and 3. Item 2, the site sharing. One of the things that we have heard a fair amount over years is someone buys a taxi license and then someone else rents it. And we have multiple people and sort of a behind the scenes economy for that type of thing. I would hope that the staff report addresses that type of thing and doesn't consider it when it is looking at site sharing. The second one is I'm also very concerned about the types of products not being sold in close proximity to each other. If we have the broad ranges of shirts or food or sailboats or something, I want to make sure that it doesn't get down to a micromanagement level. It doesn't get down to an individual product detail, and so that we don't limit. If a vendor typically sells 8 things and they are now limited to selling 5 of them because 3 of them are sold by the vendor next door, I don't want to get to that level. So anyway, I do appreciate this and absolutely support the motion. Thank you.
Okay. Just want to let council know I'm going to be doing notices of motion before we go in camera. If there's no other discussion, ready for the question.
Question.
Beginning with District 15, Councillor Russell.
In favor.
16, Deputy Mayor Oathit.
In favor.
Mayor Savage.
In favor.
1, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting in favor.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Spirit and I both are in favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith.
4.
9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
11, Counselor Cuttle.
In favor. Thank you, Tony.
12, Counselor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion.
13, Counselor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
And 14, Counselor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
Thank you.
Okay, the motion carries, colleagues. We do have an item in camera, but are there any other added items to be dealt with, Ian? Don't think so, eh?
There are no more added items for today's meeting.
Okay, I will go to notices of motion, beginning with Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor, and I'm bringing this forward on your behalf. Take notice that at a future meeting of Halifax Regional Council, I intend to introduce a motion to request that Halifax Regional Council, 1, direct the mayor to sign on to the following city climate commitments as part of an UN-led campaign to lead up to the COP26 in Scotland in November 2021. Cities Race to Resilience and Cities Race to Zero, and 2, direct the Chief Administrative Officer to direct staff to identify appropriate actions as part of the sign-up process for each race that are in keeping with the previous motions of Halifax Regional Council and complete reporting requirements as required by each race. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Morse.
Mr. Mayor, take notice that at a future meeting of Halifax Regional Council, I intend to move that council consider adopting by policy a public participation program, the purpose of which is to establish a program to consider amendments to the Halifax Municipal Planning Strategy and the Development Agreement for the Seton Ridge neighborhood to allow for the elimination of a required walkway connection to Bayview Road, Halifax. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mancini.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I take notice that at a future meeting of Halifax Regional Council, I intend to propose amendments to Administrative Order 2014-2020 GOV respecting marketing levy special event reserve grants in Administrative Order 1, the procedure of council administrative order, the purpose of which is to change the qualification of the chair of the Special Events Advisory Committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else notices of motion? If not, if somebody wants to propose, we'll go in camera. We would be in 3 o'clock. We'll come back at 3:15 and go in camera if somebody wants to so move.
I'll move, Mr. Mayor. I'll
Moved
move.
by Councillor Lovelace, seconded by the Deputy Mayor. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. So we'll create a second space here, Ian, for people to come back in camera. I don't think we had one originally.
There should be a calendar invitation in your calendars that you can click on to go into the in-camera meeting, and we return back to the Zoom link when we go back into in public.
Okay, so we're going to come back in 15 minutes in camera, colleagues. Thank you all very much.
Good afternoon. Council has completed the in-camera portion of the meeting and will be returning to the public meeting here momentarily. Microphones will be returned as well as cameras, and the meeting will start when we have quorum at the call of the chair. Thank you.
I'm good to go whenever we can, Ian.
Mayor Savage, we are just confirming quorum. We are streaming to YouTube right now. As soon as we can confirm quorum, you can start the meeting. It looks like we do have it, Mayor Savage. You are free to start with your call.
Okay, colleagues, we're back with one item, item 17.1 from in camera. Councillor Cleary, have you got a motion that you can read?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wonder if the clerk could put it in the chat. Usually, I'm just going to look here. In the in-camera motion would be to that council do that thing that we talked about in camera, but better wording than that. I wonder if the clerk has that available. Oh, there we go. I move that Halifax Regional Council adopt the recommendations as discussed in the private and confidential session on October the 5th, 2021.
Seconded, Councillor Russell.
Seconded by Councillor Russell. Ready for the question, colleagues?
Question.
Beginning with District 16, Deputy Mayor Otis.
Yes.
Mayor Savage.
Yes.
District 1, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting no.
5, Councillor Austin.
Against.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith.
4.
9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
11, Councillor Cuttle.
In favor.
12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion.
13, Councillor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting against the motion?
15, Councillor Russell.
In favor.
Thank you.
Okay, that motion carries. So colleagues, we will recess. We will be back here at 6 o'clock. I want to remind everybody we have a public hearing, amendments to planning documents, the keeping of egg-laying fowl accessory to a residential use at 6 o'clock on this screen, I believe. And oh yes, I'm going to go to Councillor Cuttle, who wanted to add a notice of motion.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to the clerk for that. Please take notice that at a future meeting of Halifax Regional Council, I intend to propose amendments to Administrative Order 2016-001-GOV respecting the Advisory Committee on the Western Common, the purpose of which is to expand the composition of the Western Common Advisory Committee.
Thank you. Is there anybody else who wanted to add one? Okay. I will see you all at 6 o'clock back here on this bat channel.
We'll now be muting microphones and shutting off cameras. The meeting will resume with the public hearing at 6 o'clock this evening at this link. Thank you very much. Good evening, everyone. It is now 6:02. We will be returning your microphones and your cameras, and we are ready to start the meeting on your call, Mayor Savage.
Do we have everybody? Ian, do we know?
Mayor Savage, we are listed as having quorum on the participant slide, and we are broadcasting to YouTube. I would suggest we can call the meeting to order at your call. We may want to do another camera audio check. That is your call as well. We are listed as having quorum, though.
Yeah, I just want to make sure where it's a public hearing that everybody's here isn't having trouble getting in, that's all.
Absolutely. We're going to take the holding slide down right now. If that is the case, Mayor Savage, I would recommend doing a quick audio mic check. That way we can confirm everyone is here before we start the public hearing.
Very well. All right, can I do that now? Or am I waiting for your signal?
Nope, you are good to start that whenever you would like.
Okay, we're back, folks. It is our public hearing. This public hearing is on the amendments to the HRM planning, the keeping of egg-laying fowl accessory to a residential use. We have a complete lineup of staff who know what they're talking about. I'm just going to check to make sure that I have all the councilors. So, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, all ready.
Awesome. Councillor Hensby.
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Awesome. Councillor Kent.
I am here.
Councillor Purdy.
I am here.
Councillor Sammy Austin.
I'm here, Mr. Mayor, ready to go.
Councillor Mancini.
All set to go, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Mason.
Ready, sir.
Councillor Smith.
I'm here.
Councillor Cleary.
Good to go, Mayor.
Councillor Morse.
Ready to go.
Councillor Cuttle.
Hey there.
Councillor Stoddard.
I'm here and ready to go.
Councillor Lovelace.
All set, sir.
Councillor Blackburn.
In the coop.
Councillor Russell.
Present and accounted for.
And Deputy Mayor Outhet.
Here and trying to not do puns, promising my best.
Yeah, let's keep the puns down to a minimum. So we're here for the public hearing. So we will, I want to thank folks for joining us for the public hearing. The order of events for this virtual hearing is similar to a public hearing. We start with a staff presentation for tonight's hearing. There is no applicant. After that, we go to the public hearing speakers list. As a reminder to those watching from home, in order to have signed up as a speaker, the deadline was 4:30 p.m. the business day prior to the hearing. And our speaker, I'm told, will be coming in by phone. So when it is time, we will make sure that we give good directions for that to happen. Mr. Clerk, while we have you, can you confirm if any additional correspondence has been received for this public hearing since the beginning of our council meeting today?
All correspondence received for this item has been circulated to all members of council.
Okay. All right, just so council know, I think we'll go at this until midnight if necessary. We'll take a break at midnight, come back at 1 o'clock, and then go to 6 p.m. if necessary. Okay. Okay. So I saw some worried looks. I was just joking. We shouldn't be here at midnight, just so you know. I do see Ross Grant is with us. Ross Grant, good evening, sir. How are you?
Hello, Mr. Mayor, doing well, thank you.
So Ross, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I'll just prepare sharing my screen now. Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of council. The public hearing for this evening is on the keeping of egg-laying fowl as an accessory use to residential uses. The origin is a July 30th, 2019 motion of Regional Council to initiate a process to consider amendments to the regional municipal planning strategy and applicable secondary plans and land use bylaws to permit the keeping of egg-laying fowl as an accessory use to residential uses. The report examined chickens, ducks, geese, guinea fowl, quail, and turkeys. And Center Plan Package A permits up to 10 hens per lot currently. They must be kept within an accessory structure in a rear yard with no side yard setback required. And currently, Package A does not prohibit slaughter or the sale of meat, eggs, or hens. Staff conducted a jurisdictional review that included 11 Canadian cities. Common requirements across those cities include that only hens are permitted, roosters are typically prohibited. On-site slaughtering and the sale of eggs, meat, or birds is prohibited. The limit on the number of birds is usually between 4 and 6. Hens must be kept in a coop or a fenced area and set back from property lines. Mandatory licensing with a fee is required in 5 cities, while 6 cities have chosen a free one-time registration approach. And education on hygiene and disease transmission is common across jurisdictions. The regulatory landscape in the United States is also fairly similar to that. Staff can advise that hens are considered compatible in a residential setting. The other types of fowl that were examined for the project present conflicts with noise, smell, or their care requirements. And in terms of environment and human health considerations, setbacks are proposed from the areas containing egg-laying fowl, setbacks from watercourses, that are similar to those required for main buildings on a lot. And risks associated with disease spread can be mitigated with a proper education program. Carcasses would be considered non-collectible wastes and can not be put into any municipal waste stream. They can be disposed of through a vet or an animal crematorium. And as mentioned prior, on-site slaughtering would not be permitted through the proposed regulations. And there is no organization which routinely accepts unwanted chickens in the municipality today. An online questionnaire was available to the public between November 2019 and January of 2020. That questionnaire received 2,400 responses, and the key themes emerging from that are the importance of coop management, control of odor and waste, concern for animal welfare, concern over the attraction of pests, adequate enforcement, and requiring training and education for keepers of fowl. 79% of the respondents supported the keeping of chickens compared to somewhat less for ducks and quail, and suburban areas reported fewer interest in keeping egg-laying fowl. Staff reached out to some external stakeholders. This included the province, which indicated that it's important to keep a registry of people that will be keeping egg-laying fowl. The need for education and awareness is also important. Chicken-specific interest groups indicated that animal welfare is a key consideration and that keepers must be educated on disease risk mitigation. The Nova Scotia Veterinarians Members Association noted that it's important to form a relationship with a veterinarian early so that there can be a relationship there for keeping care of the hens. And the Ecology Action Center noted that the keeping of egg-laying hens can support household food supply, and animal well-being and best practice awareness are important. The proposed approach outside of the regional center, just to note that larger scale operations will continue to be permitted in rural areas under existing zoning that permits egg-laying fowl. So any zone that currently permits egg-laying fowl will not be affected by the proposed amendments. The number of hens permitted is based on lot area and ranges between 10 hens on a lot less than 4,000 square meters in size, up to 25 hens on lots 10,000 square meters or greater in size. Fowl are to be kept in an accessory building or a fenced area in a rear yard, and the area containing the fowl must be set back a minimum of 1 meter from property lines. Watercourse setbacks are per the local land use bylaw. And again, on-site slaughtering and the sale of eggs, meat, or birds is not permitted, and hens are exempt from the requirement to obtain a development permit. However, any accessory structure containing the hens would be required to get a development permit. The proposed approach also includes an education program. This would be information on a dedicated municipal webpage, and it would be modeled off of Canadian cities with experience with backyard hens. Enforcement would include that municipal compliance officers can enforce noise and animal at large complaints, whilst animal welfare is the jurisdiction of the province. And nuisance issues such as odor would be challenging to enforce unless they would constitute a dangerous or unsightly premises under the meaning contained within the charter. Staff are proposing a free voluntary online registration in lieu of a licensing or permitting program. And this is a similar approach that other Canadian municipalities have employed. This program can be set up and accommodated using existing municipal resources and current budgets. And this would be used to support education and communication rather than as an enforcement mechanism. the proposed approach within the regional center. Just to note that the staff report on the egg-laying fowl contained a motion concerning incorporating the proposed approach through the Center Plan Package B adoption process. That is not included in today's agenda. Due to overlapping adoption paths, the Center Plan Package B first reading report clarified the council direction for the regional center with regards to egg-laying fowl. And the public hearing for the Center Plan Package B project will provide the public with the opportunity to express their views about hens within the regional center. In summary, the recommendation that's before Regional Council this evening is to adopt the proposed amendments to the Regional Municipal Planning Strategy and applicable plans and bylaws as set out in the attachments of the staff report. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much, Ross. Appreciate that. You can just get back to our other screen.
Yes.
You want the motion on the floor before we start?
Just looking to see if anybody was in the chat to do that. Councillor Hinsby, do you want to put it on?
Since it's my report requested, yes, please.
First of all, let me just see if there's any questions of clarification from anybody on council.
Councillor Cuddle has a question there, Mr. Mayor.
Sorry.
Councillor Cuddle, do you have a question? Yeah, Councillor Cuddle. Question of clarification.
Actually, I may have got answered there. It was just specifying that this is for areas outside the regional center, and then that got clarified at the end. Sorry, my question got answered. No issue. Thank you.
All right, no problem. Thank you. So, is there any other questions of clarification before I open the public hearing? Councillor Mancini.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Very quickly, hi, Ross. Thanks again for the presentation. Just very quickly, I didn't hear why you're recommending free volunteer registration as opposed to the opposite of that.
Through the mayor, thank you for that question, Councillor. Staff are recommending the free registration because it has less barriers to people actually accessing the ability to have the hens. So in cases where there's a licensing or a permitting program, the fee can sometimes be prohibitive to people actually making use of that. In addition to the fact that a licensing or permitting program would require more resources and time to set up the program.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, let's remind people we're still on questions of clarification, not on debate. There's a few people here. Councillor Daigle Gammon. Oh, sorry, Councillor Daigle Gammon's withdrawn. Councillor Purdy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think this is a question of clarification. Is there recourse for neighbors to complain if there is a breach of any of these regulations?
Ross?
Through the mayor, thank you, Councillor, for the question. If the requirements of the land use bylaw are not being adhered to, then a complaint can be made through 311 and municipal compliance can investigate.
Okay. Councillor Purdy, you okay? Okay.
Thank you.
Question withdrawn. Okay. All right, colleagues, I'm going to open the public hearing. We don't have an applicant. So, Mr. Clerk, do you want to explain how we bring in the one person who signed up for this?
Thank you, Mayor Savage. So, speakers who are on the line, please make sure that your webcast or TV broadcast or YouTube feed is muted and that you're using your phone to listen to the meeting. The mayor will announce it as your time to speak. When you hear your name announced, please press *6. Once you hear *6, there will be an announcement that you are no longer muted. Please wait for the mayor to tell you that it is your turn to speak. Once you have finished your comments and answering any questions of clarification, please hang up the phone and watch the rest of the meeting using the webcast. To confirm, when the mayor talks to you, please press *6 and you'll be able to speak. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Ian. Okay, so any member of the public who's registered with the clerk's office will be given 5 minutes to address the topic. So when I call your name, you can unmute and begin speaking. So our speaker is Ken Raisbeck. Ken Raisbeck. Are you with us, Ken?
He just muted himself. There he's back. You're back, Ken.
Ken, are you there?
Ken, can you please try talking after you have pushed *6?
And *6 affects the muting in the Zoom meeting, but it doesn't affect the muting on your phone. So you might have your phone muted on its own as well. We can hear you pressing the buttons. We can hear you now.
Good evening,
Okay.
sir. We can hear you now. Go ahead, sir.
Okay. As you know, my name is Ken Raisbeck, and I live here in Colby Village, where we have lived for 15 years. I've also been asked by my neighbors to voice their concerns as well as my own. Our biggest concerns, obviously, are in the range of health. We worry about health, which I'll expand on later, which is also including vermin, noise, aroma, property value, and the sighting of hen coop. We, unfortunately, for the last 2 years, have been in a situation where we have had a neighbor living in the Crescent, the neighbor on either side of the gentleman keeping the hens, and the neighbors on the back who are abutting the property with the hens have several complaints in that. First off, when we first, in 2019, when we contacted and made the complaints, it took an awful long time before anything was done about anything at all. And we had the problem with rats. Myself, I've caught several with traps. I've stopped doing that now because it's appearing to attract them from the area where the hens are in the hen feed to my property via my neighbor's deck. Now, the gentleman who lives on the right has found dead rats on his driveway, which he assumed that the people with the hens have poisoned, but we don't know that for sure. And the neighbor at the back, she has the aroma, and she's not getting to, in summer, she wouldn't want to stay on her deck because of the problem of the noise and the aroma. Now, I've done a little bit of research, and for example, the noise, we get woken up, we have been woken up from dawn to early hours of morning with the noise from the hens. And unfortunately, that sometimes you don't get back to sleep. The other point that I want to make is firstly that the smell too is also a problem. Now, the sighting of the coop, which is against one of the neighbors at the back, was measured today by us both, and it's actually 12 inches, which is 30 centimeters. Now, at the time the coop was built, we had an inspector from, where was he from? From planning, I guess, from planning, and they gave us a case number of 751-7558, and the bylaws give us a case number of 751-7559. And the only thing that we heard from those particular, there was another case number which was given to us by the city, and that was a 3300 number. Anyway, the inspector came up and was quite happy that the coop had been built in a correct situation, but it's less than, at that time was 4 feet, and this one's 12 inches. Now, it's still 12 inches, and the roof overhangs our neighbor's garden, and of course, the rain comes off the roof and drains in there. Now, with regarding health, this is probably a case where you'll not find in 99% of where people are keeping hens. But in this particular case, they have 4 young children who run around in the yard and in the coop, sometimes barefooted amongst the feces of the chickens and hens, and have been often seen picking them up. And that is a health situation that we were concerned about specifically with them. I've got to go back to my notes because I'm away out from them and I'm very nervous here. So anyway, so that's what happened. And we contacted the council at the time on several occasions, and there were 6 of us actually contacted her. And unfortunately, only one case was put down as being a complaint, which was mine. Now, when the inspector came, he came and he saw me and we looked at it and he said, "Oh, this is the best chicken coop I've ever seen, and it's clean, and but it's not within the distance it should be from the property line." Anyway, he said, "There's nothing I can do about that. My supervisor has given an extension of 3 months moratorium so he can keep those hens, although it was at that time against the bylaw. That was later increased to 6 months. Now, that's 2 years ago. So we've had 18 months and heard nothing from the city. And with the onset of COVID, obviously, we've been more concerned with COVID than chickens and hens at the moment. And that's basically the thing. I mean, property values are certainly going to be affected. And aroma is not the big point. Noise and rats are the big problem, and we have caught several ourselves. And my neighbour across to the right-hand side of the property will not go on her back lawn because of the rats that have been there. And I don't know when. I talked to them this morning, and this is the information that they gave me. And it's a problem that we have. That being woken up, we worry about the health, we worry about the noise, and we didn't have rats until the time, or the vermin until such times as the hens were there. At one point, the hens were kept under the deck, but now he's moved them to his neighbour's property line to make sure that she can't enjoy her property as much as she. And I think that's really
Ken Risebach, this is Ian McLean, Municipal Clerk. That is 5 minutes, Mayor Savage, so you are aware.
That's fine.
Thank you very much, Mr. Risebach. We appreciate you taking the time to join us tonight, and Council have heard the concerns that you've raised. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. So there's nobody else to speak on this, so I'm not going to call 3 times. I'll look for a motion to close the public hearing.
So move, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Mayor.
Seconded, Councilor Russell.
Seconded, Councilor Russell. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
That's carried. We'll go. Councilor Hensby, do you want to lead us off?
Thank you much. I'll put the motion forward that Halifax Regional Council adopt the proposed amendments to the regional municipal planning strategy and all land use bylaws with the exception of the regional center land use bylaw package A, the downtown Dartmouth land use bylaw, and the Halifax Peninsula land use bylaw as set out in attachment A, and the revised attachment B of the staff report dated June 21st, 2021 to allow the keeping of hens as an accessory residential use.
Seconded, Lovelace.
Seconded by Councilor Lovelace. Councilor Hensby.
Well, Mr. Mayor and Council, it's been a long time waiting for this report to come forward. It's been a number of years that has been requested. It all came about when some residents in my various subdivisions in rural HRM, being Lawrencetown and Lake Echo and Mineville, want to have chickens, but they weren't allowed because the zoning in their particular areas were, in some cases, their next door neighbor in the same subdivision with a different zoning was allowed. So that's what kind of got unique. And then also when the urban chicken rules came into place, they said, well, why can they keep chickens in the city when they can't keep them out in the country? And that's what really made the inequity really apparent then. So therefore, to have some kind of opportunity to raise their own personal food source also adds to food security issues and stuff. I think it's great that we move forward with this particular amendments that are proposed here today. As stated before, that anybody who lives in any mixed resource or mixed use or rural enterprise zone, this bylaw does not affect you. You still have the right to raise chickens as appropriate by the land use bylaws and without the limitations that are being proposed here. We're only proposing limitations on the amount of the size of the flock based on the size of the lot. So we want to make sure that no area gets overrun with chickens that much. And they're also not to be free range within residential zones. These are to be kept on their own property. So I'm hoping that those residents that do wish to have the chickens on their own property in these residential areas, please be respectful of neighbors. Please be sure you keep good coop management in regards to the cleanliness of everything that's involved, and hopefully you enjoy your eggs now we can count our chickens. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mancini.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Ross, for the presentation. Thank you, Mr. Raisbeck. So I support the idea of having chickens. However, I have concerns. And Mr. Raisbeck identified some of those concerns that I've heard from many residents. And those concerns are the unsightly property, noise, smell, mess, the potential of attracting rodents. And the biggest concern I have is potentially this can put a neighbor against a neighbor because it's complaint driven. So if my neighbor next to me has chickens, I think it's messy. No one comes by to inspect it. So I have to call 311 and then say they're not following the rules. And then now it's a neighbor against a neighbor. And we already see that in so many other situations in the municipality. The unsightly property, complaints we get, majority of them, nothing ever happens because unless a building is, the roof is falling in, the siding's hanging off, there's not much that we can do, and that's become very frustrating. I know some of my colleagues are going to be asking to expand to maybe 10 hens or not to have any limitations on the distance between the one property and another when it comes to chickens. And I'm concerned about that. My ask here is let's move forward as the recommendation is presented by staff, but let's add to it that we review the bylaw in 2 years' time. So in 2 years' time, if we review it and at that point in time, these issues aren't there, well then let's then expand it to 10 or 12 hens and then maybe reduce the distance between the properties. So I have no questions for staff. That's my concern. I don't know, does it need an amendment to the motion to review the bylaw in 2 years? If I could get some direction on that.
So I'll ask, I guess, John Traves or Ian if they know that, and of course assume it's not a substantial amendment.
My understanding would be is it wouldn't require any changes to the bylaw, but there could be a supplementary bullet added asking for a report to come back within 2 years of bylaw implementation. That could be a supplementary bullet, not a bylaw amendment, is my understanding.
Well, that's correct, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to put that forward if that's appropriate.
Second, Tim.
Thank you, Councillor. All
right. So if that's appropriate, then that's an amendment and it doesn't, it's not substantial. Just want to be clear, Ian and John, that can be done here without changing or extending the process.
I will obviously defer to John, but my understanding is that would be a report that would be coming back relating to this bylaw, not affecting the bylaw, so it would not require any additional process, and deferring to John if I am not accurate on that.
John?
The clerk is correct.
Okay, so on the amendment, I suppose we need to take a vote on the amendment at a public hearing. What's the process for that, Ian? Is it a recorded vote?
Yes, I am just working on a motion right now. We would do a vote call for that.
I see Kash's hand up, Mr. Mayor.
All right, Kasha?
Hello, apologies for interfering with the motion. I just wanted to clarify that at first reading, Councillor Array gave us direction to come back in 2 years' time with respect to monitoring the bylaw. So we already have the direction to return in 2 years.
And that's great, Cash, because I remember doing that, but I just didn't see it in the motion. That's why I brought it up again. So if we don't need it, we don't need it. If you're already doing that, I'm good.
Yeah, it's already in the report center. Yep. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Kasha. Mr. Mayor, thank you.
Thank you, Kasha. Councillor Mason.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, colleagues, for indulging me to speak on something that doesn't actually apply to my district, since we're going to do it through Center Plan. But I did want to share with you, I'm feeling old today because I've been here third longest NEA is. And I gotta say, in the time that I've been a counselor, I have had a couple of people who were hoarders who had piled stuff up in their backyard and caused rats and all sorts of stuff to happen. We've seen people feeding raccoons with pork chops and attracting them to the neighborhood. And we've seen in one particular case that actually, luckily, in a way, happened because the pressure that came to bear on the property owner resulted in him rapidly selling the property to someone who renovated it. We had a landlord who just started piling garbage bags in the backyard, and because he didn't want to pay for commercial haulage. And so I guess what I'm trying to say is all the things that we just heard are happening with chickens, happen with everything. But mostly don't happen, right? I mean, again, in the regional center, in my time here, there's a couple of dozen chicken coops, maybe a couple dozen in all of the regional center. And, the only complaints have been, I don't like the noise of chickens at all, right? So I guess my question I don't even know if this is a question to staff. Like, it really does come down to, what I heard. Should it be upheld? And upon research and investigation, that orders probably need to be issued by compliance to this this person in Cole Harbour, right? That's not acceptable. Whatever you're doing in your backyard that causes lots of rats to come and stuff, and building specifically, the one that blows my mind is if you build a roof that actually drains onto your neighbor's property and hangs over the property line. Those are bad things. So I guess what might help my suburban colleagues is assurances, as I've seen happen, that compliance is going to respond and feels that they are up to the task of policing this to the minimal amount that I think will actually be required. Because again, like I said when we debated first reading, I feel like we're spending a lot of time being worried about something that we can demonstrate in a quarter of the municipality has not actually been a problem. So I'll leave it there, but I would ask staff, how do you see this rolling out in terms of enforcement? Because that seems to be the key issue here. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Grant, on that.
Through the mayor to the councillor, thank you for the question, Councillor Mason. In terms of enforcement, I can't speak for my enforcement colleagues, but we did confirm that noise is one of the things that can be enforced through the noise bylaw, of course. So that's very clear. And any of the requirements in the land use bylaw, something that as well that municipal enforcement can enforce and investigate on. And in terms of the other concerns, such as smell, the education program is really designed to mitigate those concerns. So we're going to be including information on the proper management of coop, and as well the limits on the number of hens are one of the most effective measures to actually mitigate impacts, and that's what's been maintained, of course, through the proposed regulations. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor David Gammon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this is a long-awaited motion as well for a lot of constituents. I've had a lot of emails and phone calls about this. But I just got confused for a minute when I saw in the chat where Councillor Russell was saying it's already 10 to 15. So I guess the question of clarification is the report as it stands now is 6. Is that true? No, I missed that. So it's more than 6.
Through the mayor to the councillor, the permitted number of hens currently is in line with the motion the council made in first reading. So it's 10 hens permitted on a lot, 4,000 square meters or less.
Great, good, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you for that clarification. So my only other question is, what happens if a subdivision has some covenants and the covenants prohibits the keeping of backyard chickens? I'm anticipating that the bylaw prevails over a covenant, but if you could clarify that, that would be great.
Through the mayor, thank you for the question, councillor. In terms of covenants, covenants aren't enforced by the municipality. So from the perspective of the municipality, the question of covenants would be between residents. The bylaw would still permit the chickens to be kept.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Russell.
Thank you. I'm also absolutely thrilled to see this here. But as the other councillors have expressed, there are concerns. So I'm on both sides of this very much. We have the food security issue that we're dealing with out here in Lower Sackville constantly. And we have the housing security issue that we're dealing with all across the municipality. So having something to alleviate that, I think is a huge help. I think we've got the right balance of a lot of things, the right number of hens for the right size lots. I've heard some people say that that's not enough, that they have an 1.5 acre lot and 37 hens or something like that. And that might work for them, but generally speaking, I do think we have the right capacity across the board for this. My concern is also with the enforcement of it, and what happens if we get someone who repeatedly violates the enforcement in some way. Do we have a mechanism to say, you just can't have hens? You have violated, well, you violated it constantly. The noise bylaw, I'm not sure that the noise bylaw would actually cover hens, because the noise of hens is nowhere near anything that I've seen in the noise bylaw. But as far as the other things, as far as attracting vermin or creating the disturbance within the neighborhood, I expect it to be rare, but I also expect it to happen. So is there a mechanism, some way, that we would be able to say, person X, you have violated the bylaw enough that you just can't have hens anymore?
The mayor, thank you for the question, Councillor. As previously mentioned, so any of those items such as noise, anything in the land use bylaw, those can certainly be enforced by municipal compliance. If there were more sort of detailed requirements that council was looking to enforce, that would be something that would really need to fall under sort of a licensing program. So it would require a sort of a more detailed licensing or permitting approach to address those.
Okay. You've also mentioned that voluntary registration is in play. And how is that different from permitting from the perspective of an administrative standpoint? If it's voluntary, if someone doesn't have to do it, we're still keeping track of things. There is just the financial component that's not there.
Through the mayor, so the free online registration would be done through a municipal website. Staff would have access to the data, so we would be able to see the location and the people that would be keeping hens. But as mentioned in the presentation, there wouldn't be the financial barrier there to actually prevent residents that might not be able to access the program if they weren't able to afford the fee, for example. And it doesn't require as much municipal resources in terms of enforcement because with the free registration, it doesn't lay out very specific requirements that a licensing or permitting program may choose to do.
Okay, so it will tell us where some of them are, but certainly not where all of them are, because it's, as I understand it, voluntary.
Through the mayor, that's correct. It will give information on the residents that sign up through the program.
Okay, I'm not sure that we would get the value that people are expecting through that. So, but that is that's it for my comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Lovelace.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, staff. I'm so happy to finally get to this point. Here in Hammonds Plain St. Margaret's, we've had chicken for over 240 years. Actually, when Hammonds Plains Road was paved, interesting story, in 1958, there were chickens all across Hammonds Plains Road, beautiful white picket fences with folks who had cattle in their yard and sheep and so on. We're a farming family community and have been for a long time. So it's great to finally get here to the point where we're actually, permitted to have chickens. So thanks so much, Councillor Hensby, for pushing this along and staff for getting us to this point. I do have two concerns that I just, one, of course, is education and making sure that we have a strong education program for citizens, both to help people understand the bylaw and why we want to permit this food security in our communities, but also to help people understand what to do with their chickens when they've passed. I know that our waste folks don't want to have those chickens in the compost bins. So just wanted to make sure that, people are educated on what to do with a dead chicken. The other comment I wanted to make, Ross, and I hope that you can chat about this, So currently we have lots of hunting that goes on, deer, bear hunting here in the Halifax Plains, St. Margaret's Bay. We've got folks who are dressing those animals in their garages and driveways. I'm trying to understand what the difference is between, dressing a chicken and dressing a bear, and why it is that we're not permitting folks to take care of their own chickens. Thank you.
Through the mayor, thank you, Councillor Lovelace, for those questions. In terms of education and with respect to dead chickens and how to handle the carcasses, the education program will definitely include detailed information on the proper disposal for a variety of circumstances, including access to licensed abattoirs that would be required if people were going that route. So it's certainly something that staff would be considering keeping in the education approach. In terms of your question on hunting and sort of why is there a difference with respect to slaughtering chickens, there are pretty specific provincial requirements in terms of how chickens are supposed to be slaughtered and prepared to be consumed and sold, that sort of thing. So the recommendation was to prohibit that under the concern that perhaps that wouldn't able to be followed. So that's why a licensed abattoir would be recommended, and that's best practice across the country.
Okay, thank you. So that really was a provincial concern that they raised with regards to slaughtering our own chickens. Okay, thank you, Ross.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Purdy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Ross, for this report. I'm supportive, although I do have concerns that have already been raised, not only by the public speaker, but by other councillors. So I just had a couple questions for clarification about what's been said already tonight. Number one, the educational piece. How is this going to be offered to the public? Is there going to be a video? Is it going to be like print? Is it going to be available online on the website? Is it going to be mailed out to people who register? Do people inquire about this? Or I'm just wondering that educational piece, how that gets out to the public. Number two, really, really supportive of a 2-year review. And I'm wondering, is that going to involve another public hearing? Will there be public participation, or will it be a review just from the standpoint of staff and how many complaints this generated? Or I'm just wondering what that review will consist of. And the third concern was the assurance piece that compliance will work with this. And I don't know if Councillor Russell's question was answered. Like if there's a repeat offender, someone who is not conforming to the bylaw, would there be like what are the fines? What are the penalties or the disciplines involved if there are chicken owners that are not complying? So is it a financial fine? Can they be banned from keeping chickens if it's a repeat offender? So I'm just wondering what that piece is. Thanks.
So let me just take the first piece. In terms of your question, Councillor, about the review and what it would trigger, that would be up to Council. Council would determine what to do with the review. We would get the information, I'm sure, Ross, and determine if further action is required based on further discussion with staff. Ross, did you get the rest of the questions?
Yes, I did, Mr. Mayor. Through the mayor, so Councillor, I think the first question was on education, so how it would be distributed. A video can certainly be a part of that education, and staff are also gathering other resources from other cities that have done this already, as well as educational resources compiled by the province and nonprofit agencies. There could be a component of reaching out to and working with nonprofits in the area that might be interested in an educational component as well. Some have expressed interest. And I think the second question was on compliance. So we can track complaints through the 311 program. And as I mentioned, any of the items that are in the land use bylaw, anything to do with noise, that's something that the municipality can enforce. In terms of fines, though, or repeat fines, I would have to defer to the solicitor on that question.
Okay, the solicitor's been anxiously wanting to join this debate.
Thank you, Mayor. So the fines in respect of a breach of the bylaw would be the same because this amendment doesn't change the fines. So whatever the fines currently are, and to be frank, I don't know what the fining provision is. The noise bylaw fines are as set out in the noise bylaw, and I have to go back and look at those specifically. So there's this bylaw amendment doesn't change any of the level of the fines. They would apply in the same way that they currently apply.
Councillor Purdy? Okay.
Okay, so my concern is for residents that have a repeat offender as a neighbor and that will refuse to comply. Like, is there a piece anywhere that could ban the keeping of hens on any property that is a repeat offender? Just wondering for recourse for residents who have neighbors that are, difficult.
Well, I'm delighted to see that Kelly Denty's joined the conversation. She's pretty good at this stuff. Kelly Denty, Director, VP, Strategic Manager, Planning.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate the title. To answer the councilor's question, there is no ability to prohibit a repeat offender from having.
I'm not completely getting you, Kelly. I'm not completely getting you.
Again, here we go.
Not at all.
Anything now?
Yes, we are. You're far
better now.
Far better.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you. Sorry about that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for the question. Through to the councillor, no, there's nothing that would allow us to be able to penalize a particular landowner from not complying. The bylaw permits, and as long as you are complying with the bylaw, you are allowed to have something. So once something's permitted, it's permitted. You can't take it away from somebody because they are a repeat offender. They're given an opportunity to comply. So the penalties are such that we could do an investigation, do a prosecution. If it ends up in court, the court would decide an appropriate penalty and an order. But there's nothing that you could do to say you're a repeat offender. You don't get chickens. I think Mr. Grant was referencing licensing. There might be a way to do that sort of thing through licensing, but not through a land use approach.
Okay. So thank you, Kelly. I'm glad we got you. I was about to suggest you use the Blackburn method of Post-it notes up to the screen to get your message across. That would have taken some time, though. Councillor Purdy, you okay?
Just one more question regarding the 2-year review. Would this be something that I'm hoping there won't be these problems, but I think Councillor Mason said there probably will be, but maybe not a lot. But is there a way to kind of look at this again in 2 years to see if there needs to be changes to this? Is that what the review is going to provide, an opportunity to assess?
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. That's what we'll learn about in 2 years, Ross. We'll determine where we are and how many complaints and how many repeats and all that sort of stuff.
That's correct, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Ross. Councillor Cuttle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you, Ross, for all your work on this. I have a question too about the registry and also about people who aren't in compliance now. I have a couple of situations where people they're on like 1.5 acre or above lots, but they have more than the number of chickens that are going to be allowed under this this proposed new bylaw. I'm just wondering if there is an option for them to maintain their current chicken numbers and what that process might look like.
Through the mayor, thank you, Councillor Cuttle, for the question on that. So anyone who may have chickens today, if they were permitted through a previous permit, they were permitted under the land use bylaw, they could keep them if that permit is there. If they don't have a permit and they wanted to keep their chickens, they would have to meet the requirements that would be coming in through the proposed amendments that we're speaking to today.
Okay, thank you. So I'm not sure that this landowner knew about this until recently. I'm just like once we approve this tonight, that will mean he will have to adhere to the new rules.
Through the mayor, I can't speak to a specific situation, but assuming there was no permit currently in place, then the accessory hen regulations would apply. That's right.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Hensby?
Just a further clarification on this registry, would that apply for all chicken coops regardless of zoning, or this just for residential zone lots properties only?
Through the mayor to the councillor, the registry is intended for folks that are signing up through the proposed accessory hen use regulations. So it'd be for residents that would be taking advantage of the bylaw amendments that are being discussed today.
Would that registry also be open to take on the other chicken coops that are elsewhere in other appropriate zoned areas, just so we can have a handle on the inventory of how many there might be out there?
Through the mayor, I think that staff could have an option that would enable residents to indicate where they're located and what zone they might be applying through. So yes, I think that's possible, Councillor.
Thank you.
Okay. Is there anybody else? Okay, colleagues, I think we are ready for a vote.
Question.
Ready for the question.
Mayor Savage, I do not believe we have this motion on the floor at the moment.
I would be happy to make the motion.
I believe I moved it already, seconded by Councillor Lovelace.
Yeah.
We put it on.
Yep.
Yep, just 1 second.
While we're waiting, I think we can give credit to the deputy mayor. He's been very quiet throughout this whole foul discussion. I'm impressed.
Don't encourage puns. We've had a good night without puns.
Mancini's egging me on.
Don't be cracking any jokes though.
And David's little birdie in the background is cheering on his feathered friends.
I was going to use this background, but it didn't quite work. A little bit intimidating.
It's eggs.
That's a big chicken.
But Mr. Mayor, before we do vote, I'd like to thank all those who sent in correspondence as well, who sent me messages as well on this matter, both on both sides of the equation. I just want to thank everyone's input on this process.
You're here.
Yes, I want to thank everybody. David, I want to thank Jay Toffelmeyer for the eggs that I got out in Gates Brook not that long ago.
Yes, during the trail opening of the Greenway, and yes, I'm using mine as well. They're pretty tasty.
All right, I'm quite happy to vote and go home if we can do that. Everybody knows the question, don't they? Do we need to?
Mayor Savage, we are good. Sorry, I was getting a competing message and I have been corrected, so we are good if you are.
Let's go to the vote.
Beginning with Mayor Savage.
What was the question? I'm in favor.
1, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting in favor.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith.
4.
9, Councillor Cleary.
I was a bit scrambled, but I'm let in favor of this motion.
Oh, I couldn't do it. I couldn't leave it alone.
10, Councillor Morris.
In favor.
11, Councillor Cuddle.
I'm not blocking at this. In favor.
12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion.
13, Councillor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
1 Cluck for yes.
Deputy Mayor Otis.
Voting yes, even though Tony's chirping me.
Thank you.
Okay, folks, that motion carries. I think the meeting is over, and I didn't start it. I will accept a motion to adjourn, and want to thank everybody for their work today.
Let's adjourn.
All right, that's a good idea. All right, folks, thank you all very much. Have a good night.
Have a good night, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank
Don't count your
you.
chickens.
Everybody.